Good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Morning. I'm awake. I'm awake. 3 p.m. where you are? It's almost 9 where I am, which isn't that early, but... Oh my goodness. Oh, my wall's showing. Oh my gosh. So, for starters, I was up way too late last night. For seconders, setting an 8 o'clock alarm when you're supposed to be streaming at 8 o'clock doesn't work. I needed to set my alarm for 7. Then I wouldn't have thought it was 7 this morning when I snoozed my alarm several times before getting up, realizing that it was not in fact 7. It was 8. And then it was 8:30. And then it was, oh, I'm half an hour late to a stream. Whoops. I'm an hour behind? Ahead? I'm an hour in a direction. Which I couldn't tell you. But I just woke up, so just got up. Welcome to the stream. Who's here with me? Towering, Real Gaming God, Timeaholic, Erica, and whoever else might be here. Welcome, welcome. Good morning. How am I? I'm tired. I am quite late. React to the skibbity? Not right now. No shark. No morning shark. I was actually up way too late, and it's entirely my fault. It was nothing productive. I'm here with a few people from the Discord. Watching the Discord. You're watching in. Wait, you're watching in the. Oh, are you? I said no, morning shark. I have not that. Are you in the voice chat, the VC? The first thing that I did when I opened up Discord, or the first thing I saw when I opened up Discord was the reward suggestions page that I added to the Discord, so you can actually suggest rewards. And I just saw it in bold. I don't even know how you do that on Discord, but in like giant letters in bold, cooking with MagicManMo. I'm like, no, that's not happening today. Come watch yourself. Hey, look, he's watching me, watching me, watching me, watching me. I gotta do, I didn't set this up, but it won't take too long. I've got to, except that I don't know how, because I'm like a scrub now. I have to go start the stream on Twitch, because I'm multi-streaming now. So I will be live in both places. YouTube's my home. YouTube's my home base. But I'm gonna also be start it over there. So give me a second to set that up. I don't know what tags to use. Setting up a stream on Twitch is hilariously easy. You just punch in a title and some tags and just hi-ho, let's go. In a category. They have a category called Poems and Codes. What is Poems and Codes? Is there one called Poetry? Poetry in Purgatory? I think that's the name of a video game. I don't think that's what we were looking for. If I type in writing, there's a category called Let's Do the Writing. I'm just gonna call it just chatting. I don't think there's a category for poems or writing. Some people code on stream. I've never actually seen. No morning shark! What are you trying to do? Wake me up! Wake me up inside! Can't wake up. I don't need it, I need it. Wait, hold on, what did we need? Have I distracted myself already when we were talking about the new Skibbity is peak? I do believe over here above my finger. Fingy! Is I do owe you guys a Skibbity toilet reaction, but that's not right now. We need a he's watching me. It has been so long. I think I've got it set up. So everybody can say hello to the Twitch stream. It should be coming online here in 3, 2, 1. Hello, Twitch stream. I don't know if anyone will watch from Twitch, but hello, Twitch stream. We're on YouTube and Twitch now. Fantastic. Gloria made me a shirt based on a quote I said from last stream. Are you talking about the which shirt? Which one? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the I played Goose Goose Duck and all I got to murder Mo or whatever it was? What was it? Are you talking about that one or is there another one? Hang on, what did I miss from general chat? I dipped out of general chat last night to go have pizza and I never returned. I see. What is this? My childhood. Duvalin? What is that? What is Duvalin? Some kind of candy, it looks like. I'm reading the chat or the Discord. Can we read poetry together in the sleepover VC? Like read it to each other? Is that what we maybe? Is that we could. I wasn't really planning on a read out loud in the VC type thing, but like we could. If you guys want to do a poetry reading in the VC, could do actually. I kind of almost thought I was gonna have you guys like submit stuff and I would read it, but like if you guys want to read stuff, actually, that is kind of we could do it that way. We could do it that way. I actually forget that we have that voice chat over there. Sorry, I'm just reading. Ah, Towering posted a poem in the Discord. I can see it. I see that. I need to move something real quick. Yeah, put that something like there. And then I can shove this something like over here. There we go. Great. You'd be interested in reading some? Then we can do it that way. Let me pop over in the Discord and see what happens. I don't know what will happen. I'm joining the voice chat.
Oh.
Hello.
Hey Mo. Whoa.
Good morning. Guten Morgen.
Hold on. I'm hearing two of you.
Do you want to hear three of me?
Hold on.
I can make it happen. I will be the echoes of your nightmares.
If I mute that, can you guys still hear it on, like... Okay, I don't know if you guys can hear that, but, yeah. No,
I can hear you, just you're not very loud. I need to figure out, can I boost Discord's audio?
I think that might be yeah. You can right click on me and then you can
yeah, I literally maxed I maxed you out, but like
am I still quiet as
you're still quiet to me, but I can probably fix that. Give me a minute here.
What about now?
About the same.
That about the same.
I need to lower my volume on, let's see here. Oh, I need to lower it over here. I basically, the way I have to do this for stream, because then if I boost you right now, I will accidentally boost everything, and then the music will just be so much louder than you anyway.
So like now you're in your OBS and
yeah.
the volume.
Well,
yeah.
I don't use OBS. That's a dirty word here. I can't find my music. Did I move my music? I did move my music. Here it is. I need to lower it first so we don't blast our eardrums. There we go.
What music do you use for your streams? Do you like have a playlist around?
It's literally the same song on loop.
Yeah.
Fair
enough.
There, I've bumped the audio. Let me know if the audio sounds okay in chat. Right now, I don't hear any music, actually. I think, did I overdo it by accident? Maybe. I did.
Test.
Testing, testing. Dereka, you're in Twitch and YouTube. Yes, be in both places at once. Yes. Feed the algorithm. Let's see here.
I was just reading from general, or are we making?
Yeah. Let me create a quick, sneaky little, new chat. Hang on. Poem.
Sure.
What should I call this? Hang on. Poetry business. There we go.
Poetry business.
Yes, I'll call it.
I don't.
Poetry business. Okay, it is, there should be a chat. Okay, here we go. Everybody that's watching, listening, or sensing through other ways, we now have a poetry business chat above the sleepover voice chat in the Discord. From there, you can submit your poems. There we go. Towering's over in the Twitch chat too, calling himself smelly again. Poem time. Yeah, Towering, if you want to repost your poems over to the to the poetry business chat, then I'll just read it from there, so I don't have to swap back and forth. It looks like you're in the VC. I don't know if you want to read it yourself. If you would like me to, let me know. I will do the reading. I will do the reading and the analyzing. How's the audio, everybody on stream? Can you still, like, hear the music, like, barely, or is it completely dead? Let me know. Because I had to turn it down. You got 4 ads on Twitch. Actually, which I don't know if I have ad settings on Twitch or not. It's been so long since I actually Twitch streamed, like, seriously, and I didn't really adjust it on yesterday's test stream. But I noticed that too. I hopped on a Twitch stream yesterday for no, was it yesterday? I don't know. I think it was yesterday or 2 days ago. It all runs together. We can hear everything perfectly. Fantastic. I hopped on a Twitch stream yesterday, and yeah, I got served like 4-ish ads. Oh my god, the shark. Oh, I didn't lower the shark volume though. That is so loud. You've killed me. How dare you? About half the volume.
Oh.
What was that?
Sorry, that was my soundboard.
I thought that was the kaboom spell effect, but like super static. I was like, what was that?
That was my fucking. That was my soundboard.
Your sound ball.
No soundboard. Sorry.
Sound bolt. I don't know if I know what a sound bolt is, I'll be honest with you.
Oh, jeez. I hope you're kidding.
No, I don't know what a sound bolt is. Is that like a lightning bolt? Kapow.
Shut up.
What is a sound bolt? I'm Googling it. No.
Soundboard. No, soundboard.
Sample? What are you saying?
Sound. Board.
Sound bolt.
Can I just not say board or something?
Bold? Sound bold?
Okay, no.
You'll have to type it. I have no idea what you're saying.
There, I typed it in the freaking thing.
In the what thing?
In the chat in the sleepover VC.
Where? In general or in poetry business?
No, in like sleepover, the chat in sleepover.
There's a chat in sleepover? How do you how do you type in a voice chat? Is that even a thing?
It is.
What? How do I see it?
Like if you click on sleepover, you know, the VC, and then you go to like the right top corner, then you can click on show chat.
Oh! I didn't know that existed.
Well, now you do.
You guys underestimate what an eldritch being I am. Soundboard. Okay. Soundboard. No, apparently I don't understand you when you say board. Apparently. That was the word I was struggling with. I was like, what are you saying?
Apparently
You can also make custom soundboards.
Soundboard. Got you. Got you.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm now leaving the sleepover chat so I can hang out in the poetry business chat because I didn't know that there was a chat in the sleepover. I didn't know that was even a thing. That used to not be a thing. That used to not be a thing way back. You used to have to make a separate text channel in order to chat while in a voice channel. That's how it used to be.
I remember that. I remember that a lot.
I don't know when that changed. I am not up to speed.
That was quite a while ago, Mo. Like, a long while ago.
I see. Mock me all you like. I see how it is. Whee.
Okay.
We're going to... Let's see here. Dolph, welcome to the stream. What do you mean? Nobody sounds bored here? Are you making fun of soundboard as well? Soundboard!
Leave me alone!
Soundboard! No one sounds bored here. Soundboard! Alright, should we, McHursty in the Discord says, Mo hates sharks. It makes him screech and shout, and it makes him pout. Mo hates sharks. I don't know how I was supposed to break that up. And there's a few ways to break up lines in a poem. I think McHursty was trying to write a poem because there's like double spaces. Usually, like if you're writing like a single line haiku or something, you use forward slashes. Yeah. Is that what that is?
Maybe.
Maybe, perhapsedly. Towering, you posted a poem. Is that one poem or two? I haven't. That's two poems, right?
Two poems.
Do you want to read them?
You can read them if you want.
Okay, I'll read your poems here. I haven't looked at them yet. Let me get it on screen. Ooh.
Sure.
Ooh, fancy.
No, I wrote the poem like it took me 5 minutes to write them.
We're not here to judge the time in which it took you to write them, only the quality at which you felt them.
Yeah, okay.
I try to say that in the most, like, poetic way I could.
Yeah.
Very fancy.
Oh, Derek put a poem in Spanish. Is that Spanish? I think so.
I will probably not understand it in Spanish, but I'll read it.
Eres la rana. I'll read it for you, Mo.
You sure you don't want me to read it in my broken Spanish? You sure? Here, I've got one from town here. Clock Zone. Title is CLOK.
That's on purpose. That's on purpose.
I was gonna say, is that on purpose?
That's on purpose.
Let me read it. I think I'm just making sure it looks like. Okay, over here on the stream. Here we go. Androidy, hi! Welcome to the stream. What is the stream about? Poetry! With Mo and friends. This one's from Towering, Clock Zone. I know a zone where somewhere in the world, it's a creepy, dark, and cold place, with creatures which all the do is hurl, and I've seen it face to face. The giant sky, which is always dark, the black and white floor gives out the creeps. You don't want to get lost, you better leave a mark. There are beds here, so you can cure your sleep. I sighted creatures in a battle. It was a very terrifying sighting. The clock zone was where I traveled. It was scary, but also exciting. It needs, unless these are on purpose, which in poems sometimes you don't know. I think this needs a quick comb over. Like the clock zone where A traveled. I don't know if that's supposed to be I traveled, because that can be really important here. And the reason I say that is because there's actually something kind of interesting you do here. Is that you go from describing a location, it seems, or even a something, a location, an existence, a concept, an idea, to strangely a warning in the second stanza that you don't want to get lost, you better leave a mark. So up until that point, the only character of this poem was yourself. You're speaking in the first person, which doesn't have to mean that you're speaking to anyone, but you introduce that you are speaking to someone else in the second stanza. And I always find it really interesting when people do that. Because the word, the second person, the word you, is very strange. In English, a lot of people casually use you to not necessarily recognize an individual person. So in this case, you may not have said you don't want to get lost to mean that you're talking to the reader, but you could have meant it as in one would not want to get lost in this place, just to be a little bit more nebulous about it. But so sometimes people don't realize that they're making that distinction. And so the word you can be very interesting when you're reading a poem. A really experienced author or poet or something, you can usually just assume it's on purpose, that there's a purpose behind that. But in a more casual sense, if you're like either an amateur poet or if you're like newer to it or you're workshopping it. I've actually been to some poetry workshops. I've done that before. So sometimes people don't realize that they're doing it. So when it does come up, I always think I always bring it up because I think it's interesting. So did you mean it as in you're talking to the reader? Did you think about that?
Not really. I mean, I think so. This is my first poem after all. I mean,
okay.
I don't know really all the tips and tricks yet, but
oh, that's okay.
I think I was meaning to talk to like the viewer.
Okay. That's just me kind of like the first thing that jumps out at me from just the actual words it's written as opposed to like the actual substance of the poem. I was just kind of curious. Which this is a benefit we don't usually get to have when you read a poem by yourself, like somewhere. You don't usually have the benefit of being able to ask the author like what they meant by something. Yeah. So that's fun when it comes to a workshop because you can think about that. I see it's a zone in the world, creepy, dark, cold place with creatures. I guess that is the other possible subject. So that's not like an identified subject, but we got creatures. Which all do is hurl. Is hurl on purpose or is that a typo? What does hurl mean? Is this like soundboard where I'm just too dumb?
I thought hurl mean like screaming, like, or maybe not.
Hurl without an E is like to throw some. Oops. Hi guys. Let me open up a Google here.
Dictionary.
Maybe there's an archaic use of the word that I am unfamiliar with. So hurl. Let's see here. There is a hurl with an E. Inflection of hurler. What is the meaning of hurl? I'm seeing more like a throwing, chucking. Which is why I asked. So I'm not seeing one for scream. Wait. No, okay, that's French pronunciation. No, that's something else. I was like, wait a minute, I found a thing. No, I didn't. So you were thinking more in line with like screaming, creatures that scream. Which it's interesting because you almost accomplish a similar thing here with creatures which all is that supposed to be all they do is hurl, perhaps? All they do is hurl. And if you think about it, if you thought it meant to scream, that's usually a very like screaming, especially compared to yelling. So screaming is usually very desperate or very like, if you're scared or if you're broken, you scream. Like if you're in agony, you scream in agony, right? Whereas if you're angry, you usually yell in anger. You don't usually, like, screaming kind of comes across as like a painful, typically. Hurling things is usually considered very violent. Like you're throwing things, right? So I'm hurling. But it's also like a careless or a reckless kind of throwing. So in a way, you almost achieve the same thing, except it's less like, in my mind, less of an agonized feeling and more of a reckless, violent throwing. So you've got this dark, creepy, cold place where creatures throw things, basically, is how I read that. And you've seen it face to face, which is a dangerous thing to do. You're in a world where you've got creatures that throw things, and you've seen it face to face. So like that's a dangerous place to be. So actually, it's kind of strange that like you kind of accomplish a similar thing with what you intended, but in a very different way. And it makes it seem like you've put yourself in a position you shouldn't be, and that these creatures are probably not okay. Like they got to be like, here, let's sit down. Sit down, friend. Sit down, friend creature. Let's talk. Let's touch grass. You're throwing things. You're mad.
Yeah.
That's how I read that. The giant sky, which is always dark. The black and white floor gives out the creeps. You don't want to get lost. You better leave a mark. Things are gonna get thrown at you if you get lost. Leave a mark. There are beds here, so you can cure your sleep. And that seems like a thing that, like, especially if you meant screaming and yelling, like this is a place where there's like screaming monsters, and you're like, there's beds here if you could to sleep. It's like, how am I supposed to sleep if things are screaming at me? But but even with like throwing, it's like, yeah, you can sleep here if you're tired, but also like there's some angry monsters that are gonna throw things at you, possibly. Because again, which all they do is hurl. That's all they do. It's all they know.
Yeah. That's all they do.
And then the sky and the floor are both dark, right? You didn't really say the sky is black. It can be dark in other ways, but usually when you think dark, you kind of envision darkness, like blackness. Like you close your eyes in a dark room, you see blackness. And the floor is black, but there's white in the floor, which when you think about being outside, so we're in a zone, we're in a world, we're in a space. I'm imagining an open space, a field, if it were. The sky is black, but if there's no white in the sky, and there's like, you kind of think, well, at night there's stars in the sky. There are no stars in this sky as you describe it, but there's white in the floor. So you're kind of describing a world that is upside down. This is an upside down world, right? The stars are beneath you, and there's beds here where you can sleep. So this is like a dream world. It's a dream state. Like, I feel like you're actually already asleep, is how I see it,
That's a good, yeah.
That's how I'm interpreting. You're probably thinking, no, none of this was intended, but I'm giving you what I'm picturing. You're like, I just came up with this. I just farted this out, but that's how I see it. Like, we're already in a dream state, an upside down world. I saw creatures in a battle, which really fits with the hurling spears or something, right? Like battle. Yeah. It's a very terrifying sight. The clock zone, which you think clock, like on the time, like bedtime, right? I think night. I think clock. Now, I don't know. I don't know why you spelled it the way you did. I'm not sure. I know you said it was on purpose, but I'm not. Nothing comes to mind at this moment. It was scary, but also exciting. And I can kind of see that if you've ever had like a dream or a nightmare that you didn't quite understand, you can have like kind of conflicting feelings. Like, I don't know how I feel about being where I am. To me, it sounds like an absolute nightmare. It's this dark place with scary monsters that everything is upside down and confusing. But
this was actually based off a dream I had. So, yeah.
See, that's the power of poetry. I could feel it in your words.
You can predict everything.
I can predict everything.
Because like when I was like 4, I had just a dream about like a weird place, and like the floor was black and white. So that always stuck with me. So that's why I wrote that.
So yeah, as a reoccurring. That could be a really. I could see you probably, if this is like a reoccurring nightmare, like this is something you've had in the past that kind of comes to your mind a lot. I could see several poems coming out of a place like that. I mean, you've experienced your dreams, or as Erica says, nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Only you experienced your dreams. And there's a couple of poems I wrote years ago that were not like this, but like it was a similar idea where it's like I had this like sort of landscape that just kind of like was like really stuck with it. I don't think it was from a dream, but it was this idea that was just this pervasive idea. It was this really the idea was that it was this really what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the word I'm looking for at the moment, but this very scenic landscape that's serene. This very serene, almost fantasy landscape out at pasture or something like that, where, and in my mind, it's like a bunch of children live there. It's like a land of like no adult, and this is from years ago, but like a no adults, children run the show, serene landscape, and it's this sense of sort of fresh renewal or something like that. But there's an innocence in it, and the thing is that it's like eerily quiet, as I tried to describe it in a poem. And the reason it's eerily quiet is because in a world that is like this serene, peaceful village where only children live, because there's no adults, it's also very vulnerable. It's very vulnerable to someone coming into that setting and corrupting it. So this idea of this black and white space you're talking about kind of reminds me of this. It reminds me of a landscape that I've kind of had in my mind too, except that it's the exact opposite. It's not dark. It's actually really bright and colorful, but it's like dead quiet. So it's like creepy, right? Like there's something wrong here. And I wrote a few poems, and in the story I was writing, which I might be able to find them. I'll have to look. And the story I was writing, it was the creepy thing is that there's a hag that lived nearby and she was kidnapping children. That was the story. But that was a whole different thing. So I don't know if your creatures that hurl and throw things in your nightmares and dreams, I don't know if they steal people or not. But Isaac Carter, hello, welcome to the stream.
Well, I kind of imagine. Okay, after we can pass the next one, because I don't want to be stuck on my poem just for the rest of the stream. That's
we won't.
Anyways,
we'll move on. But yeah, no, you can say what you want to say. I was say we'll move on to the next.
Okay, well, I can't imagine the creatures being young. Like the creatures are kids. Mm-hmm.
That's what you say too.
Yeah.
See, that makes it very interesting. Let me read your second poem, which is definitely related. I pulled it up. The first thing I saw was Magic Man. This is obviously still the black and white space, so I'm going to read it with that in mind. No, I'm just kidding. Towering's other poem that he posted was, MagicManMo, what a man. Shark him anytime you can. His streams are always a huge win. MagicManMo Jig Trap is the game he's in. Mitch the Monkey is also here. Plays Jackbox at least once a year. I don't even know if that's true, I'll be honest with you. When was the last Jackbox stream? Roblox, Goose Duck, you name it. You better think your chair while you sit. The red fedora is how we know that it's in fact the Magic Man Mo. Been around since 2012. Mo is awesome because he's himself. I got sharked in the middle of that. How dare you, Timaholic? How dare you? Dolph also said nice poem, by the way. Suman, welcome to the stream. Kind of interesting. You broke the AABB pattern of rhyming in the final stanza here. Been around since 2012. Mo is awesome because he's himself. 12 self? No, I guess it's a soft rhyme.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I hear it now.
It's not an official rhyme.
I had to like read it a second time because I was about to say you broke the rhyming convention, right? Which is fine. You can do that. That is within the rules in poetry. You can do that. But no, I guess it's a soft rhyme because it's an F and a V. I see what happened here. 2012. That would have been a silly thing instead of like writing out by numbers. If you actually wrote it out by words, like the TWENTY.
I was thinking of doing that, but I don't know how to write numbers.
TWELF 12, or because he's himself.
Yeah,
that would have been just a funny way to like force the rhyme, and it'd be like, I see what you did there. That would have been a funny way.
Yeah, it would have been.
Well, this is my favorite poem today so far because it's about me, and I'm a massive narcissist. So, that's number one right there.
Yeah.
Erica says, beautiful poems, Tao. Clap, clap. Applause.
Thank you, Erica.
I don't know if there's a lot to analyze in this one. I think this is just a fun one. I will
you don't
say,
have to analyze this one.
I will say, if I had to analyze this one, as like a, I just heard a sound. Was that your sound? Was that your sound bolt playing applause? I heard that.
I think that was Simon.
I was like, I heard noise, and I looked around for a second. I'm like, what was that? I forget that that's a thing.
That
The
was
one thing I would
Derica.
analyze
That was
here.
Derica.
Was it Derica? Of course it'd be
Yeah.
Derica and his soundboards.
This.
The red fedora is how we know that it's in
help
fact
me.
MagicManMo. That couplet there, that is really fun. Because it's like actually kind of weirdly sinister if you like consider like sometimes I don't wear the red fedora. Sometimes I'm in the blue shirt and the white fedora. And it's like, wait, is that MagicManMo though? Is there like what's going on there? Is that an
White
imposter?
fedora.
Or the black fedora? Like, oh, what's going on there? Like, oh.
Wait, you wore a black fedora? I didn't even know that.
I do. It's a rarer fedora. It usually comes out in October. And I've worn it a couple times for like horror.
You wore it for the backer game, right?
And I wore it, I think, during the back rooms too. So like some of the horror games that I play, or spooky games, or somber games, or whatever, I've dragged out the black hat and the black shirt.
Yeah.
Some of you guys may have noticed. So it pops out every now and again, but usually it's also like an October thing too. So you'll be seeing a lot more of it very soon, in a little over a week.
Yeah, because it's soon October.
Dolph says, don't forget to like the stream. Thank you, Dolph. He is right.
You can move on.
No, I was glancing ahead a little bit because I saw Derica. I was glancing down. He's got his Spanish poem, but at the bottom I saw English translation, and then it must have the mod bot must have deleted his English translation. Yeah, I was like, oh.
That's weird.
I got it now. I'm just gonna put it in the screenshot. Also, yes, my mic works now.
Hey.
I don't know, it didn't work this morning.
Oh, I'm glad it works now. Should I read Derica's poem in Spanish, Super Broken, or should we let Derica read it? Do you want to read it, or do you want someone else to read it?
I would like to read it.
Absolutely. Let me
Just give me a second to
get
post
this stretched out a little bit so we can all see it on one. Yeah, there we go.
There we go. There's the English translation of what it says. I just posted it on the chat. And let me get ready to say the poem. Eres la rana marrana. Eres tan dulce como una banana. Eres la rana olorosa de este planeta. Eres la más hermosa. Eres la rana, la más saltarina. De todas las damas, eres la más divina. Eres ranita, ranita muy mensa. Me gusta tu pelo, me gustan tus trenzas. Eres la rana, un tanto curiosa. Entra en mi vida y es la grandiosa. Thank you very much. It sounds good, right? Or did it sound like cut out?
I was clapping. I don't know if it came through on my microphone or not.
No, it
I was
didn't.
doing a little golf clap, like a little really quiet clap, not like a big giant applause. A little golf clap. Clap, 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 clap. Or I guess I should snap, right? Snapping for poems. Snap, 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 snap. Good. No, yeah, you said, I think audio-wise, yeah, I heard you. I think we're good there. I don't, and I haven't looked at the English translation yet, but this looks like, I believe, in my broken Spanish, I think this was a love poem, question mark?
Yeah, it was a poem I wrote for like elementary school, I think 10th grade, I think it was, or 12, I don't remember correctly.
Sure,
It was
sometime in high
just
school.
write a poem. It was wrote a poem. I remember this old video that had like a small fragment, which was like the first part, but it was more like an insult like poem. But then I just like modified it to make it like like love, because that's more like the most basic thing to do in a poem.
I wouldn't say it's
But yeah,
I wouldn't say it's basic. I mean, it might
Yeah, but
be
no, but
like like a love poem is like a thing.
not basic. No, it's not like the most common thing to doing a poem.
And the reason
That's what I
didn't want you to feel like it was basic, because I know a lot of people do that. It's like, oh, poetry, it's all gonna be like love poems, that's basic or whatever. It's like, and I push back against that, because it's like,
I know it's complex. I just say that the one I did. The one I just did is basic because first of all it is in 12th grade, so that's why it's so simple. And second of all is because it's just straight to the point. It doesn't try to be complex or have a deep meaning. It just say things that rhyme. That's the whole thing.
Sure. And I just mean, I didn't want, like, especially anyone in chat, I didn't want anyone to think like a nice love poem that rhymes can be a fun thing to write, and that can be like a good thing to do. There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely. I will say, Dolph says, check the translation. Let me see here. Where's the English? You've got it here. This is the English, for those of you that don't want to translate the Spanish that Derica posted. Oh, this is funny. Because I didn't know all those Spanish words. I see what you mean by, like, it was kind of like an insult one that you kind of like... Okay. It actually reminds me, there's a famous sonnet that Shakespeare wrote, if you're familiar with his sonnets. And it's like similar in concept, where and I don't remember what number it is, because he just numbered his sonnet, so I don't remember what number it's, sonnet number something. And it's like the same, it's like a similar concept where it's a love poem about an ugly woman that it's like, I love you, but you're ugly, but I love you. So like, it was one of those things where it's like, you're not like he was making fun of it. He was doing a parody of like a typical love sonnet where it's like, your eyes are oceans and your your skin is milk, and look, really nice things. And all of his like what would be nice things were like all like what would be insults, but it's still a love poem. So like, it reminds me of that. I don't remember what sonnet that is, but
I'll be honest, I never heard of that. All I know about Shakespeare is to be or not to be. That's all I know.
That is the question. So Shakespeare wrote a lot of plays, and that's probably, if you know him from school, you know him from his plays. But he also wrote like 100-something sonnets. I'll show you.
What's a sonnet? What's that?
It's a type of poem with a very specific structure. I don't remember the structure off the top of my head. I mean, I can just Google sonnet and kind of tell you what it means. Oops, except that I spelled it wrong. And I got some person named Sonnet. A sonnet is a 14-line poem that is well known and popular form of poetry. It is written in iambic pentameter, if you know what that is, which means each line has 10 syllables with every other syllable stressed, which is pretty easy to do in English anyway. Sonnets also have a set rhythm scheme and are often structured into an octave, 8 lines, and a sestet, 6 lines, so it goes 8-6. And then there's like you can look up breakdowns about like what you usually do with the 8 lines, 6 lines versus blah, blah, blah. But I want to see if I can find Shakespeare sonnet, ugly woman. Let's see if that comes up. And just, I'll read you this. I'll read you this in a second, because that's, I think you would find the sonnet very interesting, since it's a similar idea. In English, for everybody, it's you are the frog, the pig frog. You are as sweet as a banana. This is Derica's. Sweet as a banana. You are the frog, the smelly frog of this planet. You are the most beautiful. You are the frog, the most jumping of all the ladies. You are the most divine. You are a little frog, a very silly little frog. I like your hair. I like your braids. You are the frog, a bit curious. Come into my life and make it great. You know what I love about this? In this day and age, in a post-Baldur's Gate 3 world, I'm like, this is like a love poem to Lae'zel from Baldur's Gate 3. Because people call her a frog woman, and I'm like, yes, what? Lae'zel love, yes! But that's just me being nerdy about Baldur's Gate. That's so...
I want to play that game. I love that game.
Oh, I love that game.
I heard like D&D, but video game?
Yeah,
that's true.
It's based on the D&D mechanics. There are some changes, so if you know how to play D&D, you'll be familiar with Baldur's Gate, but it makes some changes to make it work as a video game. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Dolph says it is
could
cute.
play
It
it
is
one day.
cute. Whoever
you.
you,
Thank
if you
you.
wrote this for
Also the poem.
someone specific, they should be very happy to be a frog. A frog is
Yeah, just as I have to-
a funny a funny cute
Creature.
thing to be. You know, like I don't know. You think of a lot of
Yeah,
humans are
that's
mammalian.
what-
You think of like little like you are my I don't know kitten or you are my I'm trying to think of small cute animals or something. Yeah, that's like a mammal. You are my I don't know what you'd call people, but a frog is something that a lot of people wouldn't consider to be a cute little thing. You know, like slimy and gross or whatever. But frogs can be cute.
but yeah, frogs are cute.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to say frogs are slimy and gross. I'm just saying like that would not be an uncommon take. But in this poem, obviously, you're doing the opposite. You're like sweet as a banana, divine even. This divine frog.
Yeah, because divine can also be like pretty, not only like religious thing, like divine.
Mm-hmm. I do like which is this is the English translation. I'm gonna scroll back up to the Spanish for a second though. I do like the structure in Spanish, which obviously if you wrote that natively in Spanish, it looks a lot better. I love the flow of it.
That's the only that's the only problem because that's the difficulty about the language. It's hard to translate things that rhyme, like songs, poems, stuff like that.
Yeah, when you have to translate
like,
them. If you've ever seen people that translate foreign poems into a different language, it's actually it's a really difficult task because often in translations you'll change like words and meaning, like not meanings, but you're trying to keep the same meaning, but you'll change whole words, phrases, and structures to try to keep the meaning but make it work in the native language. You can do that, and some people do try to do that. It's poem by poem whether or not it works. You can do that, but then you lose that sort of original impact from the original language, or you can do a direct translation, but then you lose like that flow, that structure that makes it so unique in its own language. So it's a difficult task to do, to translate poems, as opposed to translating like prose, like like a book or a story or something like that. But I like it. I like the cute frog. This is the sonnet I was talking about for if you ever decide to get into Shakespeare's sonnets. Which I don't know if you will or not, but this is sonnet 130. It's very similar idea. My mistress's eyes are nothing like the sun. Coral is far more red than her lips red. If snow be white, why then her breasts are dun. If hairs be wires, black wires grow on her head. I've seen roses damasked red and white, but no such roses see I in her cheeks. And in some perfumes is there more delight than in the breath that from my mistress reeks. I love to hear her speak, yet well I know that music hath a far more pleasing sound. I grant I never saw a goddess go. My mistress, when she walks, treads on the ground. And yet by heaven I think my love as rare as any she belied with false compare.
Wow.
This guy, he's literally like, she's ugly, she's got wiry hair, her breath stinks, and in English, being very white was very beautiful. In this he's like, she's not white, she's tan, she's like a peasant woman. He's like, this is a terrible one, she's an ugly woman, but I love her, and yet by heaven I think my love is rare. So that's what your poem reminded me of, was this Shakespeare poem. It's a famous sonnet. I studied Shakespeare in college.
Like I might pin it up, like copy it and have it related for inspiration.
Right. Yeah, no, I that's what I thought of. I had no idea because I didn't know what La Rana was when you were reading it in Spanish. So then when I went down to the English translation, I was like, frog. Oh, okay. No, I like it though. I like it. Yours is a bit easier to consume since Shakespeare is ancient, but. He still loves her, right, Dolph? Right, that's the idea. It's like he's like, she's terrible, but I love her. Yo, Sako, welcome to the
I
stream.
love her.
Let me scroll back up here. We also have, actually, let me look at the English again. Did I have more that I wanted to say? I do like it. I don't remember. Was there anything beautiful jumping? Of all the ladies, most divine, silly little frog. Silly little frog. There is a bit of an oddity here with the whole, like, you know, frogs don't actually have hair. But I think that just kind of makes it, I mean, I think by the time someone gets 4 stanzas in, they know you're not actually talking about a frog. So I think that works just fine.
Yeah.
But it is kind of like an
It's
oddity
like
in terms of the
compilation.
metaphor break. Yeah. Which I guess you have I guess you do have an oddity break slightly with of all the ladies, you are the most divine, since you wouldn't normally call a frog a lady, but I mean, it
Yeah,
works.
I think like the first 2 lines in every like paragraph is like they are comparing
Mm-hmm.
a frog to hair, and then the other two halves are saying what I
Right.
like about her.
Right. Yeah, I was,
So, yeah.
yeah, and I think that works.
Like for example, you're the frog, you're the frog, the smelliest frog, but of this planet, you're the most beautiful. Yeah, it's like first comparison, but then what I like about you.
And when you said pig
Like-
frog, did you, this is just me, were
Yeah,
you
like-
referring to an actual pig frog? Like, that's an actual thing, right?
No. That's like like
Because I Googled, because I was curious.
It's like more like an adjective, like
Okay.
like you're like eating like a like how you see like something like stinky.
You are a stinky frog. You're a smelly
Yeah.
pig frog. Well, see, that's the way I read it at
Like-
first when I looked at the English. I thought you just meant, like, you know, a pig frog, like a hyphenated, like, you know, you're a pig-like frog. Like, I know what you're saying. And then I Googled pig frog because I was curious. And there apparently is a thing called a pig frog, which I think is really, really interesting. So that's what a
those
pig
like
frog
those
looks
like
like.
mountain chickens.
But,
You know, like let me check it out. You know what a mountain chicken is?
a mountain chicken?
Yeah, look it up.
Mountain chicken. I'll look it up. Mountain chicken. Not to be confused with mountain oysters. Mountain chicken. Oh, also known as a giant ditch frog, apparently.
Yeah.
Look at that. Very different kind of frog, actually. So this is the giant ditch frog, a mountain chicken, as Derica says. And when I Googled pig frog, I got this frog, which is a very different frog. Like, he's got, like, this, like, weird flat back thing going on. But then you got mountain chicken, which is this cute little guy here.
Yeah, very cute.
Frogs.
Robert.
Frog.
Robert. Alright.
A wild chicken? No, a mountain chicken. You posted your poem, Suman. Let me scroll up. I don't think we're at yours yet. Let me scroll down. Where are you? I see yours. We're not there yet, but we'll get to that soon. Provolone posted Charles Bukowski Dinosauria We. Is that the name of a poem? Let me just Google that. Ashton posted a poem here that we'll look at here as well in a second. But Charles Bukowski, I'm unfamiliar with this. Dinosauria We. What even is that? Lyrics. Oh, it's a song. Aha. And songs are very poetic, poetry focused. I'm gonna leave that, since that's by a person. We can look at those lyrics in a second. I'll keep that off to the side. But for now, I don't know why my screen went black for a second. But we'll go. Since I'll focus on the poems people wrote first. So we'll go down to Ashton's next here. Bukowski is a famous American poet. I probably have even read something, but is he a poet? I see lyrics. Or maybe that's just a lyrics site that's posted his poem. I'll take a look at it in a second. There's a lot of poets whose names I just forget that I've read. I'm very bad about names. That's a me problem. Alright. We've got a poem from Ashton here. I'm going to try to, like... It's a longer one. I was trying to, like, see if I can fit it all on one page here. There we go. Let me get it all on one page on screen. No, poems, not sharks. Poems are words, not sharks. So on stream, here we go. On stream, this will be a little bit small. Is that still legible on stream? Just really itty bitty small? I wanted to try to fit it all on one. Here we go. Because Ashton's not here to read it himself, I don't think. Oh, you are. Ashton?
Yeah, I'm here.
You are here.
Hello.
Sorry, I didn't see you in the VC. Do you want to read it, or do you want me to read it?
Sure, I can read it.
Okay. This is from Ashton.
All right. It's called Wanting to Cry. Sorry, I woke up and I was super late to the stream. I forgot it was early in the morning.
So was I. So was I. I overslept. I'm right there with you.
All right. How does it feel, wanting to cry, taking a kneel, wondering why? Looking at the picture while tears go down, it's hanging from the fixture, smile turns to a frown. When the blood turns cold and heart starts to ache, you want to fold and feel fake. Only thing to do is suffocate when you feel no turning. This is God's fate, he has chosen this as your burden. You lie down in bed hoping one day, without it turning red, those pictures will pray. When you stare down the road, seeing two different paths, one where you grow old, the other where it wraps. When all you can do is wait as the clock ticks. If the world is so great, hopefully there's a fix. Where you don't have to cry, where you can be held, where you don't have to think why, where life doesn't feel so compelled. Moving on seems so hard, reading that book, pulling that bad card, getting on the hook. With the acid blood flow, your brain is hurting the load. I don't want to end this show on another bad episode.
I'm taking it in. We've got a longer one here, of course. Right from the get-go, you know, tiling wanting to cry kind of sets the obvious mood here with the direction that the poem takes. You've got some interesting. Let me see here. Got some interesting phrases that I like we've got, you know, from the end we've got acid blood flow, right? We've got where was the oops, I think that's towards the beginning actually. We had I was looking for the wrath. Oh yeah, the other where it wraths is that one almost feels like a little bit of a forced rhyme a little bit, because, you know, it rhymes with pass or whatever. But you see, you know, the one where you grow, one where it wraths. So what's extra interesting about that phrase, and I see what you've done there with the rhyming structure, but what's interesting about that is that that's the path doing the action. So that's kind of that's just an interesting stanza altogether. Two paths. One where you grow old, right? And again, I kind of mentioned this earlier. Like when the word "you" pops up, I get really fixated on you. And the other where it. So you grow old in one path, and then this one it wraths, which goes back to past. So the path itself is wrathful. It's an angry path. Actually, now that I see the word "you," you do have "you want to fold." This is I think this is when I was talking about you before. This is one where I don't think you intend the you of this poem to actually be the reader. Yeah. Which is fine, because, you know, the alternative is like, you might say one would want to fold or one wants to fold, which would be technically more grammatically correct to refer to not the reader. But I mean, grammatically correct is not necessary in poetry, and that's not how we talk either. We don't talk that way. So, is there any other use? I always find that when you feel no turning, yeah. I would say, you know what's, I'm going back and forth on this a little bit. I actually wonder if it would be, because this is I think this feels like a very personal, story's not the word I'm looking for, but I'm going to say story. I'm going to say it looks like a very personal story. I mean, like, you know, you're looking at the picture, right? Like, that's a very specific thing. So you're setting a scene. Like, this isn't like you're not hypothesizing. Like, let me just talk about being sad, you know, or something. This is actually something specific. This is referring to a specific thing. I actually kind of wonder if you should, not that this is, you don't have to workshop this, you can leave it alone, but I'm wondering if you should actually change those U's into I's. So you could actually do something like, when the blood turns cold and heart starts to ache, I want to fold and feel fake, or something like that, right? Where it actually makes it feel far more. Hang on, where was the other you? Seeing two different paths, one where I grow old, the other where it wraths, and even it, if you wanted to be consistent with the personhood there, instead of it, you could even say one where I wrath. And you wouldn't have the S anymore, but it'd be a soft rhyme. You know, stuff. Oops, I didn't mean to scroll. Stuff like that, where I actually wonder if making the subject actually literally I, to one, make it more personal to the author, which is you, but then also if I read this to myself in my brain, in my head, now you're forcing the reader to say I, which means you're forcing the reader to put themselves into your shoes as the writer. Just to give you ideas. You don't have to change this poem. You can do whatever you want. But in the, something to think about is like, if someone else is reading this, how do they read it? And if I see the word you in my brain, I'm reading out loud you. You didn't have to change it now. I saw that edit, that sneaky edit. I think that's one way to make it more personal and a little bit more impactful. It can be dangerous to over focus on I don't think you do it here, but I know I've definitely seen it before, where if you talk too much about yourself and you use I too much, then you actually lean into it being too personal and you might lose the reader. I'm not saying you do that here. I know I've seen that happen here, but that I think you don't do it often enough. It's not too bad. You do have it. I see I quite a bit in the third from the last stanza, but by that point we're like deep into the poem, and I think it's recognizably personal by the time you get there. I don't have to cry, I can be held, I don't have to think, where life doesn't feel so compelled. Or actually, I almost wonder if instead of where life doesn't feel so that's actually weird. And I know I'm kind of focusing on the linguistics here a little bit, but I'm a linguistic guy. This one feels like it should be like where I don't feel so compelled, or where life doesn't feel so compelling. But obviously, compelling loses your rhyme. So that's an interesting stanza where you might want to even think about that line and that stanza and think about like, do I want to if I want to incorporate life as a subject. Actually, let me think about that. How does it feel? Ooh, you do another interesting thing. Actually, at the first line, I didn't even think about this. You say, how does it feel? Which actually makes the whole poem turn itself into a question, which actually does make the reader... Oh, so that kind of makes the reader a subject as well that you're talking to. So I do like the change to I, because then that clears up the you problem, talking to the reader, and then also having that like nebulous you. Okay. Let me look at the content though. I'll stop talking about the linguistics. I'm a linguistic guy. Taking a kneel is a very specific imagery there, which is really taking a kneel. Actually, right out of the gate, that's. I can see that 3 ways, or 4. I can see kneeling right out of the gate in 4 different ways. You can see it as a surrendering, like, kind of like kneeling before someone is like surrendering. You can see it as in honoring, like you can kneel before like royalty to be like knighted, for example, right? You can see it as actually an honoring thing. You kneel before someone you're giving honor to. You can see it religiously and spiritually. You can kneel to pray. And then you can also kneel if you're like a football fan. You could like kneel to waste time. So there's a few different ways you can take kneel right at the beginning. And as a reader, we're only 3 lines in, so you don't necessarily know which way it is. You know that you want to cry, or how does it feel wanting to cry, taking a kneel and wondering why. So we're wondering why. So we're imagining. So is this actually introduces a new imagery? Who are we talking to? Is it a person, or is it God? Like, this could be taking a kneel, like you're asking God, what does it feel like? So this actually, first stanza, really interesting question. We don't know who the question is being directed to at this point. Looking at the picture, which again, you're creating imagery here, and it's not a picture, it is a specific the picture. While tears go down, it's hanging from the fixture, smile turns to a frown. So this is memories, right? You can see like pictures obviously invoke ideas of memories. Smile turns to frown. Happy memory turns sad. I'm not sure what the fixture is, if that's just like a frame, because it's hanging from the fixture. So I don't know if this is a case of like, I'm imagining like you've got a picture on a wall, like framed or whatever, and you've like punched it, right? And now like now the picture is like hanging off the frame.
What is? Maybe that's what happened.
It could be. That's what I'm. That's the imagery I'm evoking here. When the blood turns cold, which that's really that's imagery wise that incorporates a couple things, right? It's like blood turns cold could be like, you know, my blood's turned to ice. I'm either like that can actually be ironically that can be anger. Usually you think blood boiling for angry, but it could be anger. It could be sadness. It could be when I think anger, it's almost like a vengeful anger, like when your blood runs cold instead of like a burning passionate anger. It's more of a resigned one. Or it could literally be bleeding, right? Like it could be the idea that like something has died and the blood has run cold. When living creatures keep blood warm. I guess unless you're cold-blooded, perhaps, which maybe even evokes a whole different set of imagery. But I don't really see anything lizardy about this. So I kind of imagine something has like died, right, and the blood's run cold. Heart starts to ache. I want to fold and feel fake. Fold is really interesting because we were talking about pictures before, and you can fold pictures. So like there's a connection there. I don't think it's a strong one, but there's a connection there. Only thing to do is suffocate. When I feel no turning, this is God's fate. So this is where we bring up, you know, God gets brought up as a subject here, which goes back to the kneeling that I was talking about before. Which this would I'm going to suggest something that you can decide if it's. This is one where this might be the one time you use the word "you." If the question is being directed to God, you could actually turn this is your fate, or something like that. If that is the direction of the question, you might lose the reader knowing that that's what you mean. Of course, there's an easy way to fix that. You could capitalize the Y and U to like clue your reader in that you're talking to God, if that's what you're doing. If it's not, ignore me. But when we were talking about kneeling being very like closely connected to that, and then God gets brought up here, that's a potential direction this poem could take if that's where you wanted it to go. And then, of course, you didn't capitalize God or apostrophe the S here. Those could be stylistic choices. That's up to you too. I imagine you probably mean to do the apostrophe unless you actually are talking about a polydeific situation where it's like, is this the fate of the god? Like, is this the Zeus and Hera and all the rest? If you're like evoking the muses or something, which would be a whole different take as well. I don't think that's what you're doing, but I'm just going to mention that he has chosen this. It's your burning.
With line, I don't know if I like that line because when I read it out loud, it doesn't sound right.
That's okay. And sometimes you write a poem and you change it and you fix it and you rewrite it and you change it and you and you can. Sometimes it's hard to get it to sound, but it's like this might be something you play with, and maybe you'll keep it, maybe we'll workshop it, whatever.
Originally, it was this is God's fate. He has chosen this. It's your earning instead of burning.
It's your earning?
Yeah. But I felt like earning was a little bit too positive, and I changed it to burning.
I mean, I
thought
see
that
earning would be like, this is kind of like you're saying this is what you deserve or something like that. It does bring into, because you have a your here, it does come back to who is the your here. Earning and burning could have a couple of meanings, I think, but I think the your is really interesting here to parse whether or not that is the your of who you're talking to up here when you're questioning. If it's the your as in a whole new subject, if it's the your as in the reader, so that it's a little bit of an ambiguous your here. So I think if you know what that is, that will help clarify how you want to, like, if it's a burning is, since since we have God introduced here, the way this is going, it's like he has chosen this, which makes it seem like God's chosen this. It's your burning. If the you is directed to God, like you're asking God a question, then burning evokes imagery of, you know, of, it's YouTube. I'm trying not to swear, but heckums, right? Like, it evokes the fires of heck, right? Like, so, like, this is, like, a sin or a darnation type situation.
Yeah.
Sips coffee. I lie down in bed hoping one day, without it turning red, those pictures will pray. I'm not sure what it is in the turning red. And the reason I ask that is, like, I lie down in bed hoping one day, without it turning red, those pictures will pray. So it's like, are the pictures turning red? And I wonder if that evokes, when we talk about blood running cold, when we were talking about, like, that vengeful, icy ire. But that's usually a blood boiling type anger. So it's like, is it red because of the blood imagery that we had before? And then it could also be, since I lie down in bed, the bed could be the it. I hope one day I can, like, lie in bed without the bed turning red. So this could be a situation where the imagery is I lie down in bed feeling broken, folded, and bloodied. Since we have the blood runs cold, right? Like, you've bled your bed, right? That could be the imagery, which evokes imagery of, you know, cooping yourself up and torturing yourself lying in bed. So that could be a very strong imagery there, though, as well. When you stare down the road, seeing two different paths, which I can't help, but when you see the road and paths, you think, like, you know, the road less taken. But that's not relevant here. One where I grow old, the other where it rasts. Which we talked about this a little bit earlier as well. Yeah. When all you can do is wait as the clock ticks. If the world is so great, hopefully there's a fix. I actually kind of wonder if the quotes are necessary here. This definitely makes it feel like someone has told you that the world is great. And which goes back to the... and you could keep the quotes. I just kind of wonder. When you talk about God, you're right. You know, people, you know, the God is great or whatever. So, like, if this is something that, if this is another religious angle, if it's another spiritual angle, if you've been told religiously that the world is so great, if that's the angle to take it, I wonder if there's another way to evoke that. And there might not be. I'm just wondering if that's where that's coming from. Then I could see it in quotes. I could even argue that you could leave off the quotes since you don't introduce so many subjects. Like, you don't have, like, a back and forth or a dialogue. But that again, that's more linguistic. Hopefully there's a fix. This kind of goes back to your hope at the where did we see hope just a second ago? Hoping one day. This goes back there. So we're still in a hopeful mood, which is kind of strange because you have some really strong sort of depressed imagery here, like with lying in bed being red and that kind of thing. But there is a hopefulness here, oddly enough, where I don't have to cry, which we have some repetition here, which is always fun to see. Where I don't have to cry, where I can be held, where I don't have to think why, where life doesn't feel so compelled. We talked about that a little bit, but the weirdly, you kind of have an upswing in the mood here because you're kind of like swelling to this hopeful idea where we are creating a world that is better than the one you're in right now. No crying, can be held. So there's actually a hopeful twist here. Moving on seems so hard. Reading that book, pulling that bad card, getting on the hook. I'm not sure what hook means in this context. It evokes ideas of fishing in my brain, which doesn't fit the imagery we have so far. You could rewrite that stanza or add a new stanza if you wanted to go the hard religious aspect, like the fishers of men type situation. I don't think that's the angle you're going here, but again, you could lean hard into religion if you wanted to and come up with an idea of searching for people. Like, there's something there if you really wanted to. I don't know if that would distract from the rest of your imagery, though. But
yeah,
especially with the bad card, which evokes images of gambling or magic. Pulling a bad card feels like gambling, right? You need the ace of spades, but you drew the 9 of hearts, and it's like, well, that's not what I needed. So it evokes a bit of a gamble, a little bit. So this stance is kind of interesting in that way that it's pulling in new imagery. I don't know that it works the best, but only because, again, it seems to be new imagery, and we're like towards the end of the poem, so you don't have a lot of time to expound on it. But let me finish up with the last stanza here, with the acid blood flow, which, when we go back to blood running cold, acid is like the opposite. When you think acid, you think spicy, right? Acid blood flow, my brain is hurting to load. I don't want to end this show on another bad episode. Which, again, the imagery is... Now, we're like TV shows. The imagery kind of like shifts really hard in the last two stanzas. I kind of wonder if in a future version of this poem, you could, or in a follow-up, like poems can have sequels. In a follow-up, I wonder if you could expand on some of those imagery changes where you actually, because we actually have a lot of what I saw as a lot of religious imagery early on. And then we move to books, cards, hooks, acid, TV shows. The last two stanzas, and the reason why I think they maybe don't work as well with the rest of the poem, is it feels like they've introduced new elements that I no longer get to see expounded. So I wonder if this would require or need a follow-up, or would ask for one, or if even just this poem itself could even be longer and expound even further. Poems can be insanely large. You can write a whole book that is a single poem. They're called epics. So that's what I would say about that. That introduces a bunch of new elements.
If you want me to answer any of your questions, I can.
Sure. I wanted to go through what I was thinking as just the reader. Okay. And now, go ahead. You can answer or respond however you like.
All right. So, like, what questions do you have, like, about certain things?
What would you like to talk about?
Anything that you want to ask.
Well, I feel like I'm looking at the poem again. I feel like I don't have many questions about like the content in terms of like what it's about. It feels like a poem of loss to me. And knowing your recent history, I'm trying to let that not bias my view of the poem. But I would imagine that this poem could work for loss in many ways, honestly. It feels like the loss of a loved one, but out of the gate, it could be any number of kinds of people. Because all that we really get to... Not really, because we have the two different paths. Well, one where I grow old. Because Ras could be... Yeah, I would say... this... Interestingly enough, this poem reads like it's the loss of a loved one, and it could be just about anyone, from a romantic partner to even family members, because especially since you're talking of, like, almost to God, you almost have this one where it's like you can't grow old with a brother, a sister, a son, a daughter, a father, a mother, or a loved one, like a partner or something like that. It could kind of be anybody. So I'm looking at the content for clues. But for the most part, I think it's really just a poem about... It reads like a poem about generalized loss. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's like a game. It could be about anyone you want. Mainly, you would be correct if it's about my recent history. But it could also be... I also put thoughts about, like, the loss of my grandpa, the loss of my childhood. Loss. I just put loss. It's about loss. So you're about correct there.
That's what I was feeling about it. Yeah. I don't really have... I kind of gave you what I was evoking out of each of the stanzas. If you feel like I was going the wrong way, in the wrong direction with any of those, then you can let me know. Otherwise, I would say if I had a question, I would just wonder about what direction the last two stanzas were going with the shift in imagery.
Yeah, I want to touch on that. But there's also where is it? I lie down in bed hoping one day without it turning red, those pictures will pray.
Okay.
You were wondering about that, and it's pretty much about giving up, like trying to keep on fighting, but without it turning red, without like the bed turning red from certain thing happening, giving up. So I'm trying to keep it without straight up saying it, you know.
I mean, well, that falls in line with where I was. That was the second reading I had of it when I was trying to figure out the it. So when I determined that it meant bed, that's kind of what I was seeing, was that like it's self-torture.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just pretty much slash exit the game.
Mm-hmm. Well, and
So,
I think the way you wrote it, and the way you wrote it for yourself could mean that specifically, but the way I read it is even more generalized. It doesn't even have to be that, because there are several different ways that you can basically like end your own life as you know it. So it can be as much as, it can be something very physical, or it can literally be, the husk a person becomes when they spend all day in bed. Like, it can be any either of those. But obviously, with the red, you're painting a very specific picture here. But when you talk about bed, there are ways people like it's you go through something, you lose someone, and you spend all day in bed. You lose like a week of your life. So you like temporarily lose yourself for a period of time in mourning that loss. And I think that that's what you're painting here. It doesn't even have to be specifically one thing, although that is how you wrote it. As you read it, that's what I mean by self-torture. It's like the things that you do to yourself in bed. You're hoping that you can move on from that. Those pictures will pray is I think that's like those pictures will pray for you. Actually, you're talking about the hanging pictures and your tortured state in the first 3 lines, and then you're hoping the pictures will pray for you, is what I'm seeing.
Yeah. I'm hoping that those pictures will come back.
Dolph says you could lose even more than a week. Absolutely. You could, a week, a month, a lifetime. Absolutely.
Yeah. And then okay, for the final 2 stanzas, like the
Sure.
I don't want to end the show with another bad episode. I'm guessing that's what you're wondering about, right?
Again, try not to let my Ashton go boom bias sink in. I was like immediately like Better Call Saul. But
wait, what?
As soon as I saw episode, I immediately was thinking about like Better Call Saul. I was trying to let my Ashton go boom bias not seep in when I read that. But yeah,
No,
if you wanted to expound on that.
the show's never ended on a bad episode.
I've never seen it. That's
yeah.
just what I thought of.
I don't want to end the show. In the show, it was basically the show is a metaphor for my relationship. And then another bad episode, that's the end on bad terms. I don't want to end the show on their bad episode, basically saying I don't want to end this relationship on another bad situation.
If that's the angle you're going for, I would probably... I would probably... I feel like that needs... Let me collect that thought for a second. The rest of your poem feels very much like whatever happened is lost. Like, it's done. Like, it's lost. It's gone. And then...
Yeah.
I know you're swinging it in a hopeful direction. So... I'm going back to the whole, I think the poem might need more in order to expound on these ideas, that there is more story to tell, or it would need a follow-up, because otherwise it feels like, as a reader, it's like, oh, it's over. A lot of the hope feels like you're hoping for yourself, right? I don't have to cry. I can be held, which doesn't have to be by the person that's lost, just that you can be comforted, right? So it feels like a lot of like recovery of self. But if the last stanza here is recovery of a relationship, I wonder if you're actually better off almost and this is going to have to be a you decision, whether or not you literally remove these 2 stanzas, period. Like, just get rid of these from this poem and have a follow-up poem, like a sequel poem, that either starts with or incorporates these stanzas. And like, you can have a collection of poems that expounds on this idea further. I almost wonder if you can actually create 2 strong poems out of it instead of, like, it almost feels like forced. Like, maybe you forced yourself a little bit to add this, maybe to just get the poem to end. But I think you could do it more justice with some more time and more work. And I'm not saying you did a bad job. That is far from what I'm trying to say. I just feel like I think they introduce a new idea right at the end. I think that's what I would say. If that's what it feels like. It feels like loss and recovery of self, but this is recovery of a relationship. And I feel like those might be 2 different ideas to you might want to grapple with.
It's funny that is the final 2 stanzas was 2 lines you could say that I was holding on to since the very beginning of the poem.
You're like, I have to have these, but like I think they're actually holding you back a little bit. I feel like if you got rid of those stanzas from this specific poem, I think you could actually really go in even deeper on the stuff that you have before that. And I feel like these stanzas are actually the beginning or middle or end of literally another poem. I think, but I mean, if these were your muse, use that. But I know sometimes you start with one idea and then you accidentally write something else. That can happen.
Yeah.
Let's see here. I know Dolph said a few things. Let me check on chat a little bit. Derek said he'd be back in a little bit. Racing Fan has snuck over to the Twitch. Let's see here. If things were good, probably wouldn't end. It almost always ends bad. Those are the breaks. If things were good, they probably wouldn't end. It's relationships are weird. Welcome back, Towering. Interesting. So I have an idea. I think I'll make a book talking about all kinds of stuff. That's an idea. Only 1 page. Yeah, only 1 page. Okay, you guys are talking about okay, gotcha. Can't wait for my poem publish. Gotcha. I was just catching up on whatever I missed since we were like going over the poem here. Racing Fan says, I never really wanted to get into a relationship. Ashton's doing a great job of telling you never to do it. Look at the pain. Here it is. Look at the pain. Don't do it. Stay single, my friends. No cooties. Yeah. I think that's all I have that I can think of right now.
I forgot I wrote another poem last night, but I can't send it in because it says the F word like every single line.
Yeah, maybe we'll skip on that one for stream. It wouldn't bother me to analyze that poem, but maybe we'll skip that for stream because stream is stream. Unfortunately.
Yeah. I have quite a few ones, like
Dolph says nice share. Oh yes. Claps. I don't know if that's coming on the microphone, but claps. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. That might be a poem for After Dark, maybe. I'm going to leave the poem up for a sec. I'm going to run down and refill my coffee, and then I'll be right back. We'll do some more poetry. I'll scroll down. I know Gloria had one down there that she wanted me to read before she left. I think she might already be gone, but we'll get to it in a moment. I'll be right back.
So, hopefully he's not deafened. If he is deafened, you should totally subscribe to Ashton Go Boom on YouTube. Does some pretty high quality videos on unnecessary things. Thanks, Howring. I shouted you out in one of my videos. And you should be shouted out next. Oh, so you just proved you don't watch my videos, Howring. How dare you? I'm editing you out of the video. I'm joking. It was the one about podcast thing. 1 minute, I'll try to find. 1 minute, let me look it up. Yeah. Just the Nobody podcast needs to be stopped. That's the video.
What's a podcast?
I was shouting out my own YouTube channel.
Or were you plugging yourself? I should have left the voice chat when I got up, just to be safe. Not actually necessarily to be safe from you guys. Imagine, because it's a public Discord, imagine I get up to, like, leave, and then all of a sudden, like, the Discord got, like, flooded by, like, trolls or something, you know? Which I would hope a mod in the Discord would take care of it for me, but, you know. Just another person. Hi, welcome to the stream. Little did they know I infiltrated the chat. Oh, I know. I see you. I get the worst scammers in Discord. We've had a few problems in the past. We've had 1 or 2 big problems in the past. Ashton would know. No, I'm just kidding.
Ashton, what was the video again? I forgot. I'm sorry.
Just Nobody podcast needs to be stopped. I think you're one of the many people who wrote a positive comment, and I mentioned you at the end of the video.
Oh, okay.
But you just proved you don't watch my video, so I'm suing you.
I watched the first 26 seconds, but I was busy. I'm sorry.
Seconds?
Racy Fan says, I don't like coffee. Oh no, you should. Don't have time. I still want to be part of a podcast episode. In fact, I got removed from the Discord because of one of those issues. Did you, Racy Fan? You're welcome to rejoin if you haven't already. I don't remember who all got kicked out that hasn't made it back yet. You're welcome to come back. You're not banned. I fixed that. But everyone that got kicked, I can't, like, bring you back. Like, I can't force people to join back. So you got kicked, but you're welcome to come back. You can come back. There's a link in the description. If you're already in the Discord, then don't worry about it. I forget who's here sometimes because I'm terrible at Discord. Which you all know. I didn't know you could chat in the voice channel. I was so confused. Anywho, let's scroll down to the next one, shall we? Let's reread Derica's English version. Let's talk about frogs again. No, I'm just kidding.
Frogs.
Frog! Cute frog! Pig frog! I feel like I wrote more short stories than poems. Frog. Let me, we got Gloria's poem here. I'm going to zoom on it a little bit here. On stream. Zoom. There you go. It's a short one, but I'll read Gloria, or she's not in the voice chat. No, I'll read this one. Context for this poem: I wrote this poem for a book for one of the characters, and he is telling it to his boyfriend. Spoiler alert: he loved it. Sweet like ice cream by Gloria. Your hair is soft like cotton candy. You make me feel like I had a soda. You make me happier than a donut. No one can compare to you because you are sweet like ice cream. Short and sweet. See, that's like oh, applause. That's like a back of napkin poem that you would write, which it's like, and by that you mean it's something that you would just like think up off the top of your head and give to somebody. And it's short. I would say I have issue with soft like cotton candy, because I maybe it's a me problem. I think cotton candy's sticky. It's like fluffy, but as soon as soft like cotton candy, I wanted to laugh. I'm like, I wouldn't call cotton candy soft. I'm like, it always gets all over my fingers and in my teeth. sticky. So that made me laugh because I have issue with with that. But very dessert centric, right? Cotton candy, soda, sweets like soda, donut. Then there's a break where this line doesn't actually have anything dessert or sweet related because then it ends on ice cream, which is the name of the poem, which makes it seem like maybe ice cream is like maybe more important, like especially in this story that she's writing. Maybe ice cream is like a common thing that they share or something like that. Maybe, possibly. It doesn't have to be that way, but because of the break and the convention here.
Wait, I have an idea for another poem. Hold on, I'm gonna write it.
It's soft though. Zoom in. It's hi. There you are. You're here. Short and sweet. That's the whole point. Hey, welcome back. I wasn't sure if you were still here. It's soft in the way that it's not hard. It's not like it. You're not gonna like bite into cotton candy and crack your teeth or something. So it's not hard. But like, it's the first thing that made me go like, I disagree. But that's a me. That's a Mo thing. That's a Mo problem. But yeah, no, it's just a sweet like back of napkin little like it's like it's a sweet nothings love poem as opposed to like which if you don't know what sweet nothings are, it's like just it's like saying stuff that doesn't like mean anything more than just like I like you, I love you, or whatever. It's just kind of like it's a sweet little sweet nothings poem kind of thing. What did you think about it? I like it. Well, like I said, this would be, which I don't know the context of the story that you're writing here, but yeah, it's like a sweet little like it's kind of like it's the type of poem that you would write as in I wrote this because I was thinking of you type poem, right? That you would just like write and leave on like the counter for your loved one or something. You know what I mean? So there's a simple sweetness to it, which cotton candy, soda, donut. Sweetness is ice cream. Sweetness is the perfect word for it. It is a sweet poem. Who was talking to me a second ago? Was that Derica? Who was saying something?
I think it's me. I'm writing another poem.
Oh, okay, gotcha. It was Towering.
Me too.
I forgot who was talking. I was like, there was a voice in my head a second ago, and I didn't know what they said. Okay. I won't lie, I haven't liked Discord as much as I used to. Racing fan, that's probably just the servers you're in. You need to be in ours because we're better.
We're better.
I say that I'm barely there because I'm terrible. I've been saying for literally years now at this point, which is terrifying, that I want to be better about that, but I'm awful. Fun fact, I don't like sweets. Racing fan, get out of here. Well, I like sweets less as I've gotten older than I used to. Now I'm like a bitter old man, so I like bitter food. I mean, obviously I'm a bitter coffee drinker, but I am a sucker for chocolate. You get me started and I can't stop. It's a problem. Let me see here. Let me scroll down. Oh, we've got another one from Ashton that you added, and it's got a picture of Bob Ross in it. I couldn't think of his name for a second. I was struggling.
How did you forget Bob Ross's name?
I almost said Robert Downey Jr.
What?
What?
My brain doesn't function. Don't ask. I was like, that's not it. You know what? Actually, no. Oops. I was trying to shift this. Here we go. We'll zoom it to here, and Bob Ross will just be peeking over in the corner there. We don't need the full picture of Bob Ross for the poem. You all know what Bob Ross looks like. He's just gonna peek. His eyes are over peeking over the corner here. Or if you don't know what he looks like, he's Googleable easily. There's a good Bob Ross parody move. Ow, 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 ow. Finger. Ow, ow. Sorry, my finger got stuck on my mug and I hurt myself. I'm okay. Looks exactly like Robert Downey Jr. Looks exactly like my. For some reason, that was the name my brain offered up, but then the other half of my brain was like, "That's not it, stupid." It's like your left and right side of your brain arguing with each other. It's like, "Who's that?" Right side's like, "It's Robert Downey Jr." Left side's like, "The heck are you on?" What? What?
What?
What?
I'm struggling to write my poem.
Oh, okay. I got another one from Ashton here. Did you want to read it, or did you want me to read it?
I'll let you go ahead and read this one.
I always offer that to people. Some people are, and I know you read your first one. Some people are not comfortable reading their own work, so I always make that an option. And sometimes, you just don't want to or whatever. Behold to another, I watch her without her. Her laugh so precious, causing me to be breathless. I'd do anything to hold her close. She is what makes me have joy the most. Her eyes are soft like snow. Her personality hot, 90 degree, no below. Please God give her back. I will retract. I will buy her all the flowers. Hold her in my arms for hours. If I must wait, I shall do. The other one, that's who. When I get reunited, that's when I will be delighted.
That's cool.
I have to process this one a little bit. The structure is a little different. Processing, like a robot processing. Which direction do I want to go with this one? There is something kind of interesting going on here that I'm not entirely sure you intended, but it might be. Okay, I had to process for a second. So there is a couple of subjects that I want to get to. I'm trying to decide what to do first. I'll start top down. I'll do that. That'll be the easiest thing to do instead of jumping around. My brain's jumping around. I'll just go top down. That'll be the easiest thing to do. I'm not entirely sure what behold to another exactly means in context of this poem. I would say beholden to another normally means like you or somebody is held responsible to someone else, I would say, which I think doesn't quite fit with the rest of the poem. Unless there could be something here that I'm missing, which is fine. But like that's the first thing I see. And I don't know. Is this the title, or did you actually repeat the line on purpose? That's actually a good question.
That's the title.
Okay, just checking. Well, because maybe it didn't have a title yet, and you just repeated the first line, which would be fine. But I would say if it was a repeated first line, I would be like, okay, so the first line's important. So that would that sets the tone. Okay, so that's the title. Behold to another. I'm not sure how I feel about that line yet, so I'm just gonna kind of like have to come back to that. I watch her without her. Very stalkery vibes. I'm thinking of like like the police. Every breath you take, every step you take. So it's very much I'm watching you without you. Or her. Yeah. That's what came to my brain. Her laugh so precious, causing me to be breathless. So there is definitely like a romance type thing here. Or I guess there wouldn't even have to be. Actually, at this point, in these three lines, we actually don't know if it's romance or if it's loss of, I imagine, like a child or something like that. So we don't actually know yet, technically. I'd do anything to hold her close. She is what makes me have joy the most. Her eyes are soft like snow. Her personality hot, 90 degrees, no below. This is, I think, the first time we actually have a clue whether or not this poem is about the loss of a loved one, like a family member or something like that, versus like a hot personality, 90 degrees. That kind of like insinuates a little bit like it could still be fiery, it could still be spicy. It's you have the contradiction of snow and heat, obviously, which I like, right? You've got a softness and you've got a hotness. It's actually kind of interesting. You have hot personality, but soft snow instead of cold like snow. If it was like, I'm so conflicted on the image. What?
Sorry, my dad's being.
Oh, okay.
My dad.
I thought you were trying to pause me for a second. to explain something, but that's okay. The snow goes with, contradicts, which is fine. Contradictions are interesting. Contradicts the hot personality, but it's actually interesting that it's actually not a coldness that you're talking about. It's soft like snow. So it would be kind of interesting if her personality was actually not hot, but something that is like hot. So the first thing that comes to my mind was sweaty. Her personality is sweaty, like 90 degrees summer days, which is not the direction you're going. But like, you know what I mean, though? It's actually kind of interesting that you don't go with cold here, but you go with a cold thing. So it'd be kind of interesting if the personality was like a thing that was not hot, but like a hot, which is that's just my own. I'm workshopping in my brain. But at this point, we're talking about, so far, the two subjects we have are I, the writer, and we have, or at least the character that, is talking, and the her. And then we have a new person introduced. Please, God, give her back. Now, I don't actually know if this is you talking to God or exasperation, but as written, I'm going to assume that we've actually introduced a God figure here, that God has taken somebody, which makes it seem like it kind of makes it seem like someone has died. So actually, up to this point, interestingly, it reads to me like you've lost a family member or something, or a loved one of some kind. That's what it reads like at this point. I will retrack. I'm not sure what that means. It makes it seem like I'm going to go back on something. I will buy her all the flowers. Now this is the first time I will say officially it makes it feel like we've lost a girlfriend, a wife, something like that, like a romantic partner, because usually that's who you would give flowers, flowers and chocolates and that kind of thing. This I would say would be the first time that that is actually introduced officially. Hold her in my arms for hours. If I must wait, I shall do. This, again, with the please God, makes it sound like someone has died, right? If I have to wait. So, like, I'll see you in another life is what this feels like. The other one, that's who. This is the break in that that reading, which is why I think I was so conflicted on first reading, because what is the other one? And I think I know where you're going with this, but that's more because I'm like jumping to that conclusion. When I get reunited, that's when I'll be delighted. So this makes it seem like an inevitability. Again, the inevitability is that my loved one has died and I'll see them again when I one day pass on. This line, though, is the weird one to me. The other one, that's who. And that I don't know who the other one is in this context. And I don't know, and maybe if it's a continuation,
I'll read it to you after.
if I shall do the other, if I must wait, I shall do the other one. That's who, when I get reunited. So I don't know if this is a continuation of the thought of I shall do the other one. That is mysterious to me. That's enigmatic. I wouldn't know what that means. It's like the other what? I don't know what one you're already doing to know what other one that would mean. Or if I must wait, I shall do. So I'll wait. If I must, I will. The other one, comma, that's who. It's like, so does that mean you're going to move on to a different person? So like, say this is a reading where you've lost, say, a wife. Yeah. Well, I'll seek new love. That's something very difficult for a lot of people to do when they lose. I've got an uncle that went through a very similar process in that case, where his wife passed away from cancer, and that was a difficult thing. But here recently, actually, he's found someone else who she doesn't have her husband anymore, and they're like, well, we're best friends. We've bonded. We've coped over our mutual loss. And so now they're just kind of like together. They're like, well, while we're still here, we want to like seek comfort in each other. So that like it's a moving on. So like I'm up to this point, I'm kind of reading it like someone who's lost like a wife or a loved one, and they're seeking someone to find comfort in while they're still here on this mortal coil before they pass on and are reunited with the person that they meant to. It's just there's a few oddities in here that make it a little difficult to know for sure, but that's where I'm going with it.
Yeah.
Does that feel like I'm on the right track?
Pretty much.
Okay.
I'm almost done my new poem.
Okay. Yeah, this was an interesting one. I when I backtrack to behold, I'm gonna Google. I know what it means, but I'm gonna Google it because I want to look up the word behold, and I'm gonna look up the word beholden. I do this sometimes to get dictionary definitions, even if I already know the word, to just be like, can I see the word in a new light? I don't know how I feel about behold to, like, I don't know if I know what it means. So behold itself, to perceive through sight or apprehension, to gaze upon. And then for giggles, I wanted to say beholden. Beholden usually has a little bit of a different connotation of being indebted to. I'm beholden to you, I'm indebted. And I know you didn't say beholden. Yeah, behold is like perceive, gaze, look upon something. Beholden is more like indebted, bound to somebody. Okay. I kind of wondered. Behold to another. Because you do have the I watch her. Behold to another as in look or gaze to another. Behold to another, gaze or look or see or observe to another.
Yeah.
That's difficult. I would say the tricky thing in the first two lines is that if you start with behold to another, I watch her without her, makes it a little unclear about whether her, the first her, is the another, or the first her is a person, and without second her is another person. The second line makes it unclear whether it's the same her or if there's two hers, because the first line introduces that there will be a quote-unquote another. And you can't have another without a first thing. You can't have another thing without first having thing. So that is a very tricky way to start the poem. And I can't wrap my brain around. I feel like I catch back up. I feel like I catch back up with a reading here, but the first two lines are confusing to me. They confuse me. They confound me. They're mysterious. I don't know what they mean.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, to be honest, I don't even know. I wrote this poem, I think, a few days ago. Yeah,
sure.
On Thursday, when I was having a episode, so I just wanted to analyze this with you, to be honest, to see what my mind was going through. And I even don't know what I was going through.
Dolph says he's playing back the memories in his mind. That's how I read the third line. I think... Okay, Dolph says he reads it like memories. I don't know that I do. And not to say I'm right over you, Dolph. Not to say that. I don't know that I necessarily get... Obviously, there's a sense of going back and, would do things different. So there is that sort of sense a little bit. But in the first stanza, I don't know if I get that. Yeah. And I feel like you might want to, for clarity's sake, and that's gonna be up to you. Like you said, you wrote that a couple of days ago while you were probably having several thoughts attack you at the same time. Which, when you're writing poetry, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you start a certain way, but then by the time you get to the end, you realize that you've decided you wanted to go in a different direction. It's kind of like your first poem a little bit, where actually it's the other way around, where it's the last two stanzas started to move in a new direction. This poem feels like it started in a direction, and then you went in another direction almost immediately. Yeah. So that's what this one kind of feels like, is like almost the exact opposite prom. So that might be something where, now that you've finished or at least reached an ending to this poem, I kind of wonder if This is a case where you go back to the beginning and see if you can make it match more with where you want it to end up going, if that makes sense. Because I think it starts with definitely an idea of some kind. I just don't, in context with the rest of what I read, I don't know. Yeah, it's the beholding to, the watching, and there's actually something there you can play with, behold to, and you can incorporate beholden to, you can incorporate watching, and you can incorporate remembering. You can, yeah. I would say I think you started with one idea, but I think right here, I think you started with one idea, but I think this poem officially starts its core idea at her laugh, actually, which is a little bit misleading with like Dolph's reading about it being memories. Is that if you say you just, for giggles, say you started at her laugh and like didn't start with the other two lines, then it makes it seem like you're in the present and then you immediately go into the past, which kind of leans into your like I watch her without her, which makes me wonder if these would be better off actually like after, even like, I don't know, maybe after or later in the poem. I don't know. I'm conflicted about that first stanza. Interesting. But, you know, not to spend the entire time, like, my brain's like trying to reorganize it a little bit, not to spend the entire time being like, we need to move every line to a new spot. I think those are the things that jump out at me the most, is the idea of the behold to, the soft snow, which is like cold, personality hot, and then the I still am not entirely sure the retrack. I will retrack. That makes it feel like, actually, the retrack is retrack like a word? Hang on, I'm gonna do my Google thing again. Hang on, I just want retrack. Give me something here. To track or trace again. You know, that makes sense. Trace again is interesting. Okay, ignore that for a sec. The please God give her back, I will retract. Kind of makes it seem like I will, you know, if I could do it again. Retract makes it sound like if you could do it again, you would do it the same way. Whereas I feel like, is there another word? Is there another word or phrase? It's kind of like I would, it kind of makes it feel like you're actually trying to say, I would take it back. Or I will take it back. Because it sounds like you're doing, you know, give her back, I will buy her flowers, hold her in my arms for hours, right? I will change what I've done. I will change who I've been. I will change.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Whereas retrack makes it seem like you would tread the same tracks. So I would say that's a line too that stands out to me.
I think all of these poems are pretty cool.
Poetry is cool, and they make you think, right? Like, because it's not just Sarah did this, Brad did that. Like, it's not like prose makes it clear. Like, the best thing about prose is that it makes clear what's happening so that you can form a story and a narrative, and you can all follow, and everyone that reads a narrative comes up with pretty much the same idea of what happened. When you write a poem, even if you want everybody to get the same idea out of a poem, inherently there's something about poetry where once you've written it, there's your version that you meant, and then there's the world's version, the way they read it, what they do with it. There's something I remember talking to in one of my workshops with a professor. I was talking to a peer, where the discussion was around the idea of whether or not it matters what the author even meant, whether it even matters what the author meant. Once the author puts out in the world, the reader, it's what the reader takes away from a work. And that's what's really fun about poetry, is that, you know, however you read, I'm giving you my reading, but if you read it and get a whole different thing out of it, who's to say I'm more right than you are? And that's what's really fun about it, is it can be really personal to both the writer and the reader. It can go both ways, and it's really, for me, it's really fun to analyze. I think a lot of people don't. And again, it's just a few lines, right? This is not like pages or chapters and stuff. And I can sit here and read these lines and like sit here and look at it and think about it. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to say prose can't do that, but it's just, I don't know. I think a lot of people like read a poem just like, and then move on. And they're like, you know what I mean? Like, and I've read it. I don't get it. And then moves on.
True.
And it doesn't. You can read a poem and not get it, and that's fine. You can reread it, and be like, I just don't understand, and then come back to it a week later and be like, oh, I've got an idea. Reading, or rather, hearing others' perceptions is what makes readings interesting. It can be, yeah. It can also be really frustrating when you vehemently disagree with someone's reading at some of the workshops. Okay, sure, yeah. Even video games are the same. The real fantasy takes place between the player's ears. Depending on the video game, some video games are a lot more narratively driven, where it's like they're very intended a specific way, and most people will take it a specific way. But really, any media can fall under this. Just what makes poetry especially stand out is that because you don't have to follow any convention, that all bets are off. Anything can happen. A lot of the poems we've been reading today are fairly standard in convention. Like, they have a rhyming structure or they don't. They have stanzas. And then, like, they're pretty freeform. We're not really doing a lot of iambic pentameter or any kind of pentameter or any iambic anything. So, like, but it's still fairly standard. We got stanzas, we got rhymes. But, like, yeah, dude, poetry can take many forms and many shapes. So, like, it can be really free form. But yeah. Let me scroll down some more. Here's Bob Ross. Provolone says Sirens Rocks. Let me Google that. What is Sirens Rocks? Is that a poem? I don't know what Sirens Rocks
I think he uploaded that poem, but then he deleted it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's fine then. If he posts it later, then we'll get to it. And if not, my post keeps getting deleted. Dolph, are you Provolone? I forget who everyone. When people have multiple usernames, I forget who's who. Or are you posting something else further on? Let me scroll down a little bit and just peek. Okay. Is it getting deleted in the Discord? Or are you trying to post something in the YouTube chat? I hate English so much. Racing fan, why do you hate English? Don't hate English. English is great. English was my major. I have a degree in it. Hold on, I can show you. Oh, maybe I shouldn't. Would that dox me? Have I doxed my college yet? Have I told people where I went to college yet? Maybe I haven't. Never mind. I won't show you my degree. It's sitting over there on my desk. It's deleted in the Discord. Does it say why it's getting deleted? Like, does it give you a reason? I don't see Modbot saying anything. Oh, there's a picture here. I see your picture. Okay, so we'll get to that. Is that the siren one that you posted? We protrude from these waters. I'll have to find a way to zoom in on that, but no, okay. Let's read Towerings for now. And then Ashton left for a second. I'll probably skip down to Provolone, and then I'll come back up to Ashton's here. He's got one called Hate. Let's go with Towering here. We've got one from Towering. Oh, perfect. It's zoomed in real good. The Lonely Flower. Towering, are you still with us? Do you want to read it, or would you like me to read it?
You can read it if you want.
Okay. It's not what I want. I'm asking you.
Up
to you. I can read it. It's up to you.
I could try reading it this time.
Okay, sure. Go for it.
Alright. Near the lonely flower. Near the earth lies a small purple moon. It was really small and light as a balloon. There was no sign of life until one day, when a flower with eyes came up from the ground just like a grave. The flower started walking, using her roots as legs. She had big yellow pills and a really huge head. Exploring the area, she soon discovered that she was alone in this planet of wonder. She could see the other planets, including Earth, wondering why this was her location of birth. She wonders if there is anyone out there while breathing the moon's fabulous air. There you go.
I'm processing.
E.
Hmm.
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 We've got a few characters. If we since this utilizes personification of the flower, I'm going to call the earth and the moon both characters, and I'm going to call the flower a character, of course.
Alright.
And I'm going to assume that the flower identifies as the she in this story, because it'd be hilarious if there was just a random woman you don't mention, and that so that would make sense. You know, as opposed, the reason I say that is as opposed to saying it, which if you said, you know, the flower started walking using its roots, would be very different from her roots. So we're personifying, which is great.
Yeah.
Near the earth lies a small purple moon. Interesting that it lies, like it's lying, like it laying down, right? It was really small and light as a balloon. But balloons, like, you know, you think of balloons as floating, hovering. So that's kind of an interesting start already. That sort of juxtaposition of ideas. There was no sign of life until one day. So like the moon's like dead, light but dead, right? When a flower with eyes came out from the ground just like a grave, which is terrifying, by the way. I immediately, when you read that, I had to make sure I didn't laugh, because my immediate thought was Flowey from Undertale. So I was do not trust the flower. Kill the flower.
Kill it.
Kill it. Burn it with fire. But came out of the ground just like a grave, which you think of, in my mind anyway, like the saying pushing up daisies. So in my mind, you know, like the moon is dead and it's what pushed up this flower. I don't know what that means yet, but that's where my mind goes. The flower started walking, so we're on a journey of some kind, using her roots as legs. I don't know if you meant to capitalize the L in legs. If you did mean to do that, I'm not sure what it means yet. I'll have to process that.
Oh, I actually didn't mean that. That was an accident.
Because, you know, sometimes, like, that's the other thing about poetry. Like, every little thing can make a big difference. Like, you capitalize legs, and I'm like, what does that mean? Does that mean something? Should I think about the legs? Are the legs a character? Are the roots a character? Are the legs, in fact, the legs of God? And the flower is actually like the actual embodiment of God taking the moon to heaven or something. Like, there's things you can do with a capital letter. So, like, poetry can be very, very, very specific and precise. So that's why I was like, I don't know if that's on purpose or not. I haven't processed it yet. She had big yellow petals and a really huge head. Exploring the area, she soon discovered that she was alone in this planet of wonder. I will say that the yellow petals and big head makes it a lot less like a daisy, which when I think daisy, I'm going to look up daisy. They're usually like white, I think, right? Daisy flower?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're usually white, but they have like a yellow middle, but usually white petals. Okay. That was what I was picturing. I just wanted to Google it and make sure I wasn't just a crazy person. But with this one, yellow petals, huge head. That when you read that, I thought sunflower instead. Now you might have a different flower in mind, but that's what came to my mind when I think like, yellow petals, big head. So I'm thinking big flower is what I was imagining.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if you've ever been to a sunflower field or not. If you've ever been in a field of just sunflowers, as far as you can see, it's buck wild. I have a picture of it somewhere, God knows where. I've been to one. She could see the other planets, including Earth, which is interesting. So the flower can see other planets. But the flower also came from the ground. So that kind of makes me wonder, I'm just kind of thinking about it. It kind of makes me wonder if there is like a third place. There's Earth, there's Moon, and then there's place, where the flower actually comes from. Because you don't normally think of when you're standing on Earth, like if you go outside and stand on Earth, you don't think to yourself, I can see Earth. I can see Earth from here. Usually when you think you can see Earth or the idea of it, it's like an astronaut. You can see Earth from space, but you don't see Earth while you're on Earth. You're too close. You're too close to see Earth. You just see, I see grass, I see tree, I see building, that kind of thing. But like if you can see both the Earth and the moon, then the flower isn't on Earth or moon. Flower is on place. I don't know where that is. And you do say, exploring the area, discovered that she was alone in this planet of wonder. So is third place planet of wonder? You have Earth, you have moon, you have planet of wonder. She could see other planets. Okay, wondering why this was, I think her location of birth. Why here? Which is funny because it comes out of the ground like a grave. So like undead, you actually kind of have a zombie flower here, is what you've kind of described a little bit. And yet we've got this idea of birth, which usually those juxtapose each other. Grave, death, birth, life. She wonders if there is anyone out there while breathing the moon's fabulous air. Which now this insinuates that we're on the moon, but it doesn't say. This is like, people make fun of poetry in English classes, like, oh, if the curtains were blue, why were the curtains blue? I'm going to be that guy. You said while breathing the moon's fabulous air. Up here you said a small purple moon. This says the moon. So that makes me think we have Earth, the moon, and a small purple moon that's maybe lying on the Earth or lying somewhere. There's two moons in this story as I read it. There might not be. I could be wrong here, but it makes me wonder if that is... It's almost post-apocalyptic a little bit, right? So, like, we have this idea of a flower blooming to life in a place where there isn't any, and there shouldn't be any. We have a dead moon. We don't have anything that actually explicitly says the Earth is dead, but we do have this sense of loneliness, and we do have this... we have breathing, we have birth. These are all in the final stanza. At the first stanza, we have grave. So we have, like, everything is dead. We have a dead moon, flowers coming from graves. Everything is dead. Loneliness, birth and life. It feels very post-apocalyptic where, like, there is a third place. And I don't know who the flower is meant to represent. If it is indeed... Maybe you do just know a flower that was born and it has eyeballs and it terrorizes you every day. But I'm going to assume that the flower represents something, metaphorically speaking. And I'm not sure what it is, if it's about a sense of belonging, about being born into a place or coming into a place or existing in a place that you don't belong. You're on the moon breathing no air. You can see that there are other options. There is purple moon and there is Earth. Like, not necessarily you, but flower, whoever the you is. The you could be the writer, the you could be the reader, I don't know. That's where I'm going with it. There's a lot of imagery here. There's a lot of, it's personification, and I assume metaphor. And I'm not sure what it means, but I get the feeling of finding a sense to belong in a world that feels dead to you because it's lonely. That's the sense that I get.
Yeah, that's actually a good fear.
Erica says there's only one moon, the purple one where the flower is, or that's what I understand. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the intended writing.
I'm gonna be honest. Yes, that was the intended.
Yeah. I like to. Yeah. I'm an overthinker, and so like when I read this, I was like, it's probably one moon. But the way I'm reading it, I'm like, I see a and I see the, and I see moon and I see purple moon. I'm like, what if? So I ask myself a lot of what ifs. So that's my reading. Even though I'm willing to believe I'm wrong there. And, I'd love to hear your take on it, of course. But that also falls back to, like, what I was saying before. It's like, sometimes the writer says something and means something, and then the reader takes it in a different direction,
Yeah.
I'd be curious to know what you were actually aiming for, though. Was I on the right track with your intentions?
Well, the thing I was aiming for was just to tell a story of, like...
Okay.
Of, like... a creature, a flower, and it's like she's lonely. She was born in a moon, and there's absolutely nothing there. It's completely dead, and she ever wonders, she doesn't even know if there's other people around. Yeah.
Yeah. The But
Take
what
your
is
time.
what is I was processing again. What is interesting? So like the flower doesn't know if there's anyone around, but the flower can look. You know, because
Yeah.
you even mentioned the flower has legs and using its roots as legs,
Mhm.
which I think is important because you could have in a different story. You could have made being a flower a handicap, right? You see that a lot with
Mm.
trees in poetry. You know, you're rooted, you're stuck, you can't move.
Yeah.
So this could have been a flower born from the grave on a moon, lonely. There's no one here, but it also can't explore its environment because it's rooted. You've done a very
Oh.
specific thing where you've unrooted the flower, where
Yeah.
it by nature it shouldn't be able to explore its environment looking for people. So the loneliness aspect is really it's actually a lot harder hitting for me because this is a case where it's like by nature I shouldn't be able to go out and find people. I was born into a position. I also shouldn't have eyes. I don't know why the flower has eyes. It's terrifying. But I was born in actually that's even better because it has eyes to see. It could have been blind. So it could have been surrounded by people and unable to see people. But it has eyes. So the flower's not blind. It's not stuck. By nature, it's a flower, and it should be blind and should be stuck, but it's not. And it's looking, it's wandering, and it still finds no one. It's even sadder to me. It feels so sad and so lonely to me. And it's like, if there's any people, they're all on Earth, and the stupid flower was born on the moon, and it'll never find anybody, and it's sad.
Well, that's not. Well, actually, I invented a plot for it, and that's not the full story.
That's
Like
that's just my brain.
Yeah, there's more to it. That was just the beginning.
Sure. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I can definitely see this being expounded. I'm gonna pull up. I can read it now or later or whatever. I'm gonna look for. This one also reminds me of one of my poems about just like weird places where there's weird stuff going on. I'll see if I can find it. You know, is more story like in this sense. I'll see if I can find it. My page isn't loading for some reason, so Lord knows. We'll see what happens.
That's pretty.
Why is it blank? I do like this poem. You've got a couple of like typos to clean up or whatever, but
Well, yeah.
you know, besides that, the content of it, I like this one because I like the weird surreal story. Who said it was? Someone said it was. Dolph said it's a surreal narrative. I really like the surrealness. Also, Timed Rapier, I also see you over on Twitch. Oh, woe is me! Wherefore art thou findest thy rhythmic words faints? I think they were making fun of poetry a little bit, but I loved it. It was really good.
Wait. Dolph Log the Green says I like his style. Is
Yeah.
he talking about me?
Yes, yours.
Oh, nice. Thanks.
Yeah, that's the he said that very surreal narrative. I like his style.
Oh, nice.
Which I like surreal stuff too. Surreal like narrative environmental stuff just because it's for me it harkens back to like reading The Places You'll Go by Dr. Seuss or something like that. Like it or at least the same feeling I get when I read that book as a kid where it's like just strange places that you know or just you know don't make sense or whatever. And also to the same oopsie, what have I done? To the same end, I always thought that story was actually really lonely too, funnily enough.
Yeah. But I like when things are like surreal and like are like not real. Like it's impossible for like a flower to walk in a different planet. So just I like it when there's like creative stuff and just like you know just things that are not normal. That's kind of my style.
Let me see here. Which one am I looking for to share? Do I want to share this one or this one? Okay, I think this one is better, or fits kind of closely, I think. I don't like this poem as much anymore because I wrote it years ago and my style's changed a little bit. But I mean, that's how I wrote. When did I write this? Oh, this was 2017. That's 7 years ago.
Wow.
I want to share one with from me. This is one of what I was talking about before about like weird oh, my light flashed. Maybe I shouldn't read this one. There's a ghost. Oh God. Anyway, this is one of them that I was talking about earlier. That is one of mine. That's about like a strange place. I'll do a reading of mine. I haven't read any of mine yet. And this is 7 years old. I don't like it anymore because like I said, my style has changed. But I'll read it anyway and see what you guys think. And I can't change my view for some... Oh, here we go. It's called Little Elves Grow.
Little Elves Grow.
It's a terrible title.
It's not terrible.
I hate it. But here we go. I'll have to scroll on this. It won't fit in one page on the web page. So, it could, but it wouldn't be legible. So I'll have to scroll for this one. Sip my coffee before I start. Little Elves Grow by me from 7 years ago. There is this place where elves sing and dance, little beings giving chase, and they laugh and prance. Bundles of innocence cheerfully greeting the land, they play their instruments in a silly frivolous band. There is this place the little scamps find, not far from their birthplace, belonging to another kind. Curious and unafraid, the adventurous do explore and venture from where they played, and they discover a great deal more. Suspiciously interested, giant elves, shiny discs and funny-smelling papers, dark elixirs atop tall shelves, and the most wonderful skyscrapers. And the little elves grow, and they learn and earn, or they don't and borrow, but they never return. And with sighs and a downcast face, giant elves remember before the trance there was this place where elves sang and danced.
I like it. I think it's good.
And that's one of them for like a surrealist but vaguely realistic setting.
Mm-hmm.
Can I fit this all in one? Oh, I can kind of fit this all in one. I thought I couldn't, but I lied. I am a liar.
Liar.
I am a liar. There we go. That way it's a little bit... Sorry that, because I'm pretentious, that it's written in like that weird, like, handwritten cursive font. So, I don't know, it might be hard to read.
Yeah, that's a very nice share.
Thank ya. There we go. I was trying to... I guess I can fit it all in one page, but it is tiny now. It is tiny. It's too small. Look at it.
I mean, that's better than... I feel like I like the size of it. It's not too short, not too long, you know? It's a good size for a poem.
This one... And I was doing I don't always rhyme. This one was doing a rhyming thing. There's a few that actually don't like rhyme too well, but like it's you know, it kind of follows like a sort of rhythm. I didn't stick to it very hard, but it does kind of a thing.
Is there poems that don't rhyme?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh God, yeah. Actually, I write a ton of poems that don't. I mean, the whole genre is haiku, senryu. Those I read a ton of those, and they don't rhyme. But yeah, no, poems don't have to rhyme. If they don't, there's a few that have structures and names, or you could just write what's called freeform. Freeform poetry doesn't have to rhyme at all.
Yeah.
We can write one too. We can even write a poem today together if we wanted.
If you want to, sure.
Yeah. And it wouldn't have to rhyme. I can make a here. Let's pull up Notepad. Here, look at this. We can make a poem right now that doesn't rhyme.
Wait, I'm watching the stream right now, and it's a stream delay. You smell bad.
Oops, I closed it. There. I wrote a poem for you.
You smell bad. I hate you. Go away.
That's a poem.
That's amazing. I mean, yes.
It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be a good poem. But it can be a poem.
A poem's a poem.
We could have actually written that haiku style. So like if haiku have to be about nature, but if you want to write it that looks like a haiku but isn't about nature, it's actually called a senryu. I write a lot of those. So if we wanted to write one that what should our subject be? What's our topic? What do we want to write about? Give me something.
MagicManMo. We should write a poem about yourself.
Okay.
I don't know, just anything. Anything works.
MagicManMo. What about me?
Oh God.
The thing with Senryu is they usually have to have a twist. So we need to go in a direction and then twist it. He's a funny guy.
MagicManMo. He is a funny guy.
He's a funny guy. All right. But also a rude dude.
Individual. He's also a rude individual. Rude dude. That's even better.
But individual. That would be a Senryu.
I have stream delay, so like I can't see.
Yeah, I know it's a few seconds. You have to like wait for it to show up. His fedora stands bright and red. The thing with Senryu, and you're allowed to break the rules. The thing with Senryu and haiku both is that in English, because Senryu and haiku are Japanese poems, but they don't do syllables. They do a different thing. But in English, they usually go a 5-7-5 syllable structure, and they don't rhyme. They're not supposed to rhyme at all. Like a rhyming haiku is weird. Now, again, poetry, do whatever you want. There are no rules. You can do whatever you want. I've seen haiku that do 3-8-6 structure. I've done, or 4-8, whatever. I've seen lots of stuff. But that's how it typically goes. So that would be this has the 5-7-5 structure. So this would be a perfectly usable Senryu. It's it's not good because there's no twist. Usually you want like the last line to actually like twist convention. So if you start moving in one direction, like, oh, MagicManMo, he's a funny guy, what a great guy. Then at the end you might have something to be like, but here's his flaw, or here's the weird thing, or here's some kind of twist, right? Typically, it doesn't have to be that way, but often is the case.
Yeah, definitely.
And then there's also tankas if you need more space. There's the 5-7-5 of a haiku or a Senryu, and then a tanka. It starts with that, but then you get sorry, wrong number. You get 2 more lines. You get 2 7-syllable lines, so that you have 5 lines altogether. And in those poems, usually your 5-7-5 have one idea, and it's the final couplet, the 2 7s that have a different idea. So you can go that route too. Those are the ones I read a bunch of those just because I like little poems. Not that it seems. I mean, this one's a pretty good size that I read earlier, but I like little poems that make you think.
Well, yeah, sure.
The my other one that it's in the same universe as this, the Little Elves Grow. Hang on. The other one that's in the same universe and in the same vein, I think. Did I click on the... There we go. Is Away in the Wind. This one actually came first, but it's like the same sort of universe.
Wait, what website is that?
Mine.
To read the poems.
This is hastilymadedecision.com. I have a poetry blog. I don't post there very much. Away in the wind drifts all manner of things, to the tune of woodwinds and softly plucked strings. Murmurs of small voices as they drift off to sleep, and their parents rejoices as they fall in a heap. Silent little prayers made with closed little lips to ward off nightmares and maybe the apocalypse. Distant, unheard screams and the final groans of little ones in the streams and unmotherly crones. Away in the wind drifts all manner of things to the tune of woodwinds and softly plucked strings. That one's terrifying. That's a terrifying poem. But
hilarious.
I wouldn't say hilarious. I would say hilarious. It's not good. The children aren't okay.
Oh, never mind.
I don't know what you get out of the poem. You can tell me what you think it's about, and I'll just leave it a mystery about what it's actually about if you want. That'll be fun.
Wait, hold on. I need to reread it to really truly understand.
See if I can zoom in a little bit, maybe.
Away in the wind, just a matter of thing. The tune of woodwinds and softly plucked strings. Murmur of small voices that drift off to sleep as the parents rejoin as they fall in a heap. Send little prayers made with closed little lips to warn of nightmares and maybe the apocalypse. Listen to unbed screams and the found groans of low ones in the streams and unmanly crones. Or when the wind drift all manner of things to the tin of boomers and soft like its strings. Huh. Yeah, I have no. I'm not really the best at like coming up with like what something is about.
There we go.
So I'm not 100% sure what it's about.
Dolph says ward off the apocalypse made me laugh. This is another one that was from 7 years ago. So the ward off the apocalypse, I don't like this the it's almost too, it doesn't visually, it's not too long of a line, and this was a lot more visual. I was trying to keep the lines roughly the same length. There's some shorter ones. Visually it's good, and maybe the apocalypse just doesn't really roll off the tongue. It's kind of like a weird line, but But yeah, if that made you laugh, then that's fine. I guess the fourth stanza was morbid. The fourth one is the break. This is the twist. Yes, absolutely. That's the stanza where it's like, oh, oh, what? This is the stanza that makes you wonder, like, what are they praying about? What's the apocalypse? This is a story about like stay indoors at night. This is like one of those, like, there are monsters in the night. We stay home and we keep the children safe because there are people that will steal you and drown you. That's the screams of little ones in streams by unmotherly crones. This was the poem I was talking about earlier about hags kidnapping people in the night. and it's one of those things though, but besides that, the days are peaceful and filled with woodwinds and strings.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's that's the stanza that's like, oh no, oh god.
Funny thing, actually, I didn't before this stream. I didn't actually really wrote any poems. So now I'm kind of into it. I kind of like it.
It's fun. It's a great time. Most people are put off by poetry because you get beat over the head to death with it, like in school. Like you read a bunch of like old poems you don't care about, and then you have to take tests on it, and then you're uncomfortable with writing them. And a lot of people are introduced to poetry in a very uncomfortable setting, and that's usually school. Which in an academic setting, I love analyzing poems in an academic setting, but it can be a harsh like introduction to poems when it's like the best way to introduce it is a more freeing, creative form of expression. I was lucky enough, I got into poetry in elementary school, and I wrote a bunch of poems in elementary school, and I had a really good teacher that introduced poetry, and it wasn't boring, it was fun to do, and that stuck with me all my life. So
interesting.
Yeah. We had some schools did this. We had a thing where you could submit your poems. There's, I don't remember the name. I think the I don't know if they're still around. I think it was called Celebration. It was a publisher that published this book called Celebration of young poets, maybe. And they took submissions from specifically children that wrote poems. You turn them in, and they would collect hundreds, maybe 1,000 poems or something in this big old fat book. And it would publish kids' poems, and you could order it or whatever, and be like, I got my poem published. And it was a way to, like, you know, make kids like really want to write poems. And I've had a couple published. I was fortunate enough where that was available to me in school. I had a couple poems published as a kid in that like giant volume of like collection. So that was just a really cool thing. That stuff like that gets people into poetry, not stuff like like learning, not like memorizing, learning, and reciting Two Roads Diverge in a Yellow Wood or whatever, which is a great poem, but people are like, now you have to memorize it. Now we're gonna recite it. Why? Why are we learning to chant this poem? Like that's a weird thing to do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I'm gonna just head off for now. I'm getting a bit tired.
Sure.
I might be back though. I'll definitely be back. I need a little bit of a break.
Sure, take a break.
So, yeah.
I'm probably gonna be on for a little bit while longer, but yeah. Thanks for hanging out, and thank you for the poems.
You're welcome. See ya.
Bye. I'm reminded of nursery rhymes and when the wind breaks. Do I know when the wind breaks? That sounds familiar. I think I know that
The
one.
one you bought downstairs. Honey colder.
Oh, that's a British film? I might be thinking of something. I'm thinking of something else then. The kinds of stories are told to children make them behave. Yeah, a little bit like that. A little bit like that. Yeah, that is a little bit of the vibe. For sure. Oh, we've got more stuff down here. I've got one from, I think Provolone's picture from earlier is gone. I don't know what happened to it. But we've got one from Ashton here called Hate. Ashton, are you still with us? Do you want me to read this one, or would you like to? This one's a longer one. Can I get it on one page? You posted it again. Are you... I don't even see you showing up in here. Have you been to... Dolph. Have you been to the welcome page on my Discord and collected your entry ticket? If you have, then you're fine. If you haven't done that, that might be why it's getting deleted. I'm just guessing here. It might not be. Yes, okay. Just checking. Where's my... Here we go. I was trying to move that a little bit. So I can't get this whole poem on one go. So I'll have to scroll. So let me actually just zoom in. Since I have to scroll anyway, let me zoom in.
Yep.
There we go. The ticket was clicked. Check now. Let me go check. Yeah, there's yours. Should we read yours while it still exists, actually? Since we haven't seen any of yours yet. Let me read yours while it still exists before it gets deleted. There you go. Let me, slide it over. Can I get it to fit? It's a longer one. We'll have to do a scroll on this one. That'll be better. Let me move this a little bit. It's probably a better way for me to capture this instead of what I'm doing, but there we go. I don't think you're not in the Discord chat right now, are you? You want me to read it? Sirens Rocks. Is this Sirens Rocks? Is that what this is? We protrude from these waters? Or did you post another one? Or maybe, oops, I just lost it. Hang on, where's it at? Oops, didn't want to do that. Go away. Maybe we protrude from these waters is a line. I thought that was the title, but maybe that's the line.
I got it right there.
Okay. Okay, perfect. We protrude from these waters. No amount of flotsam will deter the determined. As minerals, we have no opinion on the matter. Waves crash upon us, barnacles take root, and the watery tarts keep singing. Perhaps in millions of years we may erode away into sands to be scattered across the seas. It makes no difference. We exist beyond human conceptions of continuity. It is also possible that at some future point we will be reformed again into a solid mass. Again, we are indifferent on the subject. Let the seas continue to roar. We remain stoic. There's nothing for us to vocalize. We only gently rumble when in congress with our equals. Whether you crash your ships or attempt to climb our peaks, the misplaced hubris of man and his accompanying false projections of conquest do not concern us. You can prove it to yourself or even others, but not to minerals. Our lack of benevolence is only incidental, not intentional. We have no opinions, desires, or sympathies. We transcend intention. We will only be moved, reluctantly, by a geological disturbance. You can attempt to build a lighthouse, but we will not be bothered. Curse us, but minerals are an inescapable part of your existence. While our particular arrangement may be troublesome for some, it suits us perfectly. What could be more natural? Standing with 2 feet planted on the ground, you will not complain of or petition for solid footing. So why bother yourself with rocks in the sea? It smacks of hypocrisy. Fickle humanity is ever at war with its own inconsistent biases. As minerals, we cannot sympathize or even listen. Crush us, mill us, and bake us into concrete. There we are as ever under your feet. Not my problem when you seek something to defeat. The mineral has nothing to prove, where man has only his own guts to lose. Fountains of blood a-spoutin', hubris, arrogant self-pronouncement. Here I am, Tenzing Norgay, announcing with nothing to say. Where you live or die, the mineral will have its way. I might need to go up a little bit. Shoot. Tell fine Sir Edmund Hillary, a pine fir has no need of blood spillery. Sorry, I have to move. Ask Sir Ernest Henry Shackleton, where did you carry so much equipment and tackle from? The banality of metrics makes them go back and check it. It is unprecedented when the ice is less than expected. Whether you stay home or dash yourself on the rocks, the moods of minerals cannot be measured by your clocks. There's a lot there. There's a lot there. Where is... The beginning of this reminds me of... I wonder if I can find it. I just saw this the other day. Sorry, I had to walk away for a second. The beginning of this reminds me of... I wonder if you...
You can go on there. You can go.
I wonder if you would enjoy this. The beginning of this reminds me quite a bit of... It's different subject matter, but kind of similar. Is Literature for Non-Humans by Gabriel Gutting. I wonder if you would like that. It's more about animals and life and, like, you know, wildlife and the connection between that and people or whatever. It's more about that than minerals, but I wonder if you would like that style. That's what that kind of reminded me of. As just a possible recommendation. I'll let you decide for sure. Yours, let's see here. You do, and I'm not completely familiar with people. This would be a case where I would have to look up these names to know exactly what they're all about, to see how they relate to your poem here. I was always really bad about that. I was always really bad about, like, references to actual people. I'm like, oh shoot, what are they about? I was always really bad about people. But they're famous explorers. Okay, using that as information. Okay, processing, brain turning. Tenzing was a Sherpa. I was pretty sure I didn't know that name. I feel like I knew Sir Edmund Hillary and Ernest Henry Shackleton. I felt like I knew those names. I just didn't know why I knew those names. I probably learned about them. I didn't know who Tenzing Norgay is. Well, maybe I have heard that name. I don't think I've heard that. I don't know if I've known that one. Shackleton explored the Antarctic. Okay, yeah. I think that's why I knew that one. And Hillary was the first to climb ever. Okay, that must be why I know those names, because I've read about, or at least heard about, those stories. I don't know if I know Tenzing. Actually, where's my... Let me, Ooh. This is the difficulty of writing, like, a really intelligent poem, is your reader might be dumb like me. No, I'm just... Nepalese mountaineer, Tenzing Norgay. Oh, well, he also climbed Everest. Okay. With Edmund Hillary. Okay. Interesting. So maybe I did know that name at one point in time and just forgot it. Because I thought Hillary sounded familiar. Okay. Maybe I did know that name and I just forgot it. Cool. Well, with that information, without doing like a deep dive on their biology. That's crazy. Wait, which one's crazy? The Everest thing or the poem? The poem was insane. I like the no amount of flotsam will deter the determined. I almost kind of feel like in line with that, just alone with that line by itself, I almost feel like your explorers should have been like people that like sailed the seas. But as minerals, we have no opinion on. Oh, I realized you couldn't see. Yeah, the no amount of flotsam. I like that line a lot. Mo, are you gonna read my second poem? Where is it at? Yes. In a moment, but yes. I wanted to read this one because for whatever reason it kept disappearing from the Discord, so I wanted to read it while I had the chance. But yeah, I'll get to yours in a moment. I want to take a look at this one. Take a look at this one. Because we got the minerals and the waves, barnacles. We do have a lot of like water here in the beginning, considering that you have 2 explorers of Everest. And maybe, I don't know if they explored the seas too or something, but if they are known for Everest, it's kind of interesting that you went with those ones as opposed to, because, you know, as the writer, you could have picked anybody, you know? Perhaps in millions of years, we rode away into sand. Yeah. Makes no difference. Solid mass again. Yeah, there's definitely the angle of it's like an immortal uncaring being, right? The as minerals. I'm not entirely sure if that is literally personified nature speaking, and it is literally at the moment, but I don't know if that's just metaphor for people or literally metaphor for nature itself. Let's seas roar, we remain stoic. Yeah, no amount of disturbance, upheaval. Don't care. I am rock. I am rock. Here I sit. Your petty mortal squabblings mean nothing to me. There's nothing for us to vocalize. Even if you, so yeah, that's a really good line too, because even if you did care, you couldn't say so. So what's it matter? You couldn't tell someone you care. That's actually kind of, as a line, really interesting, because does it insinuate a desire to even do so? There's a stoicism. If you did have a way to vocalize, would you even? Or does it still remain a moot point, whether you can or can't? Gently rumble in Congress with our equals. It's like tectonic plates smashing against each other, right? Whether you crash your ships or attempt to climb our peaks. There's the peaks. There's the Everest connection. The misplaced hubris of man and his accompanying false projections of conquest do not concern us. Yeah, the silliness of like saying you've conquered a mountain when a mountain is, you know, a mountain. And how many people has Everest conquered? I mean, when you Google like people, hang on, number of people died on Everest. Like, it's a lot. There's 330 people that have died trying to climb Everest. Like, Everest has also conquered many people. It does not care. You can prove yourself to others, but not to minerals. Our lack of benevolence. Lack of benevolence. So yeah, this isn't like a god, really. Or not a benevolent one. I guess you can have a malevolent god if you wanted, but this is more apathetic. It is only incidental, not intentional. We have no opinions. Transcend, yeah. Only be moved reluctantly by geological disturbance. That goes back to my tectonic plate thought earlier. You can attempt to build a lighthouse, but we will not be bothered. The attempt to build a lighthouse is kind of strange, because you do have the hubris of conquest, right? I guess it's projections of conquest. But I guess that follows in line with the that can you really conquer a mountain? So that's a projection. But like attempting to build you can build a light, like we do build as people, humans do build lighthouses. So is that trying to say when you build a lighthouse that even the lighthouse is a projection? And why is the lighthouse a projection? Is it because it's not a permanent fixture and won't last forever? Is that the case? Curse us, but minerals are an inescapable part of your existence. Not if I yeet myself into space and float for all eternity. Ha, checkmate. Well, our particular... I mean, I guess we're made out of minerals, too. Like, you know, there's salt and iron and stuff floating in us. So I guess in a way, we are made of minerals as well. I don't know if this poem is really addressing that. It might be. It might be. Lighthouses aren't on geological timescales. Right. Right. But, like, you can temporarily build one. It just won't last. I think I see what you're saying. I just think that choice is a strange one, but it does fit. It's not entirely strange. It does fit with the sea imagery you're going with. So it's not entirely strange, but it does feel like that one hits in my brain a little like differently than the projections of conquest one. But I think, you know, the idea that, yeah, it won't last forever. Geological timescale, a lighthouse won't stand for 1,000,000 years. Like, it'll stand for 100. Yeah, for sure. From the minerals perspective, it is a fail. I don't even know if it's a failure from the minerals perspective, because from a minerals perspective, is it failure if you're even capable of success? From the minerals perspective here so far, like, is success even attainable? And if it's not, it's really not a failure. It's just you're doing nonsense, right? You're just grinding you're just like, it's just things. It's just busy work. I don't even know if it's a failure. Maybe it is. I might be overthinking that a little bit. I'm putting my own thoughts to it a little bit. Where did I leave off? Curseless minerals are an inescapable part of your existence. While our particular arrangement may be troublesome for some, it suits us perfectly. What could be more natural? They're perfect the way they are, however they are, regardless. Yeah, I kind of see where that's going. Not even a fail. I can accept that, right? I know that's not the angle that you're going for here, but it's like I feel like that fits with the apathy theme. I don't even know if apathy is the right word, but that stoic apathy, almost a nihilism. There's a nihilism to it where it's like, if nothing's consequential, nothing means anything. Standing with 2 feet planted on the ground, you will not complain of or petition for solid footing. And this is a definite call out where the minerals are talking to people. 2 feet, they're talking to people. So why bother yourself with rocks in the sea? It smacks of hypocrisy. Yeah, you want solid ground until you don't, and then when you don't, you do. Fickle humanity is ever at war with its own inconsistent biases. That is part of what makes us human. We are hypocritical creatures. As minerals, we cannot sympathize or even listen. Although, in the narrative of the poem, it is interesting that as minerals, they can, if not sympathize, they seem to be able to empathize on some level. And by that, I mean imagine that humans can be fickle. Like, if the minerals had no understanding of humanity, then the minerals would have no understanding that what they're doing is hubris. It would just be activity. It would just be bees buzzing in a hive when you don't know what bees are doing. Like, imagine you don't know about honey and honeycomb and beehives and blah, blah, blah. Imagine you don't know anything about that. Bees are just buzzing. Like, they're just doing, just cause. If you didn't know all that, then it wouldn't, it wouldn't mean anything to you. But we do know, oh, well, I know what a bee is. I know what a bee does. They go out, they get pollen, they bring it back. They would get the nectar from the flower or whatever. They bring all that stuff back to the beehive, and they make their honey and blah, 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 and they feed a queen and blah, blah, blah. We understand that, so we can understand their buzzing. So even though you can't sympathize with a bee and its plights, maybe, on its own level, because it's an insect to us, in the same way these minerals seem to actually have a strange understanding of people in a way, about hubris, Just that like people are bees to the minerals, right? Bees might be a terrible analogy that I'm making. Crush us, mill us, bake us into concrete. There we are as ever under your feet. Not my problem. When you seek something to defeat. Again, this is that sort of like, you cannot beat us. The mineral has nothing to prove, where man has only his own guts to lose. That's a good line too. Man only has his own guts to lose, whereas people typically claim to own possession over things, like ownership over things. I own this mug. This mug is mine. But like at the end of the day, is it? It's just ceramic. Like at the end of the day, what is it to me? You know what I mean? I use it, but what makes it mine other than I say so? But what is definitely mine is this, the body, right? That I'm born into. I have my guts to lose. But humanity doesn't see it that way. I don't want to lose my possessions, my wealth, the things that aren't really mine, but I claim ownership over. So that's like, humanity has something to prove. I have to prove I have ownership. I have to prove I have a life. I have to prove I have a living. That kind of thing. Memento mori. Fountains of blood a spoutin'. Hubris, arrogant, self-pronouncement. I feel like that's further on with the guts thing. Fountains of blood is kind of a horrifying image at this point. Like very apocalyptic, like, volcanoes erupting, people exploding. I don't know why. Volcanoes, I guess, because minerals. But, like, the fountains of blood, a spoutin' is very, like the minerals are kind of, like, blood for the blood god, right? Like, there's something about that. Hubris, arrogant, self-pronouncement. Here I am, Tenzing Norgay. I guess, considering what we know about the minerals so far, the here I am kind of makes it sound like the minerals are just mocking humanity, right? Oh, look at me, I'm Tenzing Norgay, announcing I have nothing to say. Where you live or die, the mineral will have its way. Tell fine Sir Edmund Hillary, a pine fir has no need of blood spillery. The pine fir is a little bit of a confusing wrench in here, seeing as the tree is a living thing versus minerals aren't. I know the minerals are being personified, but I don't know if a tree would be the same thing as a mineral. And it's not that you have to have a substitute. It's not like you have to have a substitute for that. It's an interesting addition. So it's like, you know, people. So far we've had the story of like people and minerals, and then you have a tree. That one detail doesn't fit well. I feel like there's an argument for it in a nature versus humanity setting. It's just that this poem so far has been less nature and more like the rock, the foundation that Earth is set into. But there is definitely like a nature versus people thing here, which is why I recommended the literature for non-humans. It's less minerals like you're doing and more like life, like animals and stuff like that. It leans hard into like kind of like a why do we eat animals kind of thing is what that story goes into. But it kind of like looks at humanity and like non-human. Anyway, that's why this poem reminds me of that. It's that like looking at humans like, why do you do this? Consider this. Is what this kind of reminds me of. But I don't think it'd be really interesting. This focuses a lot more on life. I don't know. I'm gonna like flip through it as if I'm gonna remember. I don't think I'm gonna remember. I don't know if this ever mentions. It'd be really fascinating if this had a mineral. It'd be really fascinating to look into that. But anywho, I'll move on from that for now. But it's an interesting addition. I don't know what I would replace that with, but the idea is that like a little people in nature thing. Ask Sir Ernest Henry Shackleton, where did you carry so much equipment and tackle from? Where did you carry so much equipment and tackle from? I'm not sure. I'm not sure why the mineral would ask that question. I'm not sure why that question. I'm not sure that the minerals would care. I could see where it's like, well, where did you get that stuff? You know, where did you get your ropes and pans and stuff? Like, you know, it came from nature, I guess, maybe. Even that one's kind of strange because, like, stuff that's made out of like canvas or whatever, like the bag that the equipment's in to begin with or whatever, would actually be organic in nature. So that falls back to the pine tree thing, more of a nature thing as opposed to a mineral thing specifically. I'm not sure. I'm trying to. But do the rocks bait people into disaster? Trees don't drink blood. Well, they could though. I mean, they don't. But you get the idea of like blood seeping into the soil. You could kind of like imagine like it seeping into the roots, and then you can imagine like a tree like parsing out what is in blood in order to like you can imagine it though. Since we're already personifying minerals, you can imagine a tree seeping blood because you can imagine a tree seeping liquid of some kind. So it's interesting. Do the rocks bait people into disaster? I think if rocks were baiting people into disaster, it would counter the notion that they actually don't care. So far, the minerals are behaving like they don't care, but if they're baiting people into death, it seems like they actually do have, like they do have an agenda of some kind that is anti-person, anti-human. And these lines kind of feel that way too, a little bit, because it feels a little bit mocking. So I don't know if the minerals are like jealous of humanity's craziness. Kind of taunting though. This is a little bit taunting. And I'm not saying that that's wrong. I'm saying that it counters what the minerals are saying about being like stoic, which would make the minerals like hypocritical as well. So the minerals would be no better than people in that context. The banality of metrics. I'm not sure. I guess, yeah, of just like taking measure of things, I suppose. Makes them go back and check it. It is unprecedented when the ice is less than expected. I think on geologic timescales, because we've had like freeze, like the whole planet's been frozen, the whole planet's been lava, like it goes back and forth. So like humans in their human timescale only like understand so much, whereas from a geological timescale, nothing. This is nothing new. Whether you stay at home or dash yourself on the rocks, a little bit morbid, the moods of minerals cannot be measured by your clocks. That's a geologic timescale again. Where it almost feels like jealousy a little bit because of the mockingness, because of the taunting. It kind of feels like the minerals wish they had what people do in their ephemeralness, in their briefness of existence. I put this up on the homepage of a fake download site years ago, yet people freak out over ice sheet sizes. And I think in human timescales, I think ice sheet sizes is important to us, at least to some of us. Some people don't care, sure, but like I think in human timescales, it makes sense for humans to care about some of these things if it affects us on a human timescale. Hence the name Sirens Rocks. I don't know what to do with that title, Sirens Rocks, which for some reason I can't quite get. Is this not? There we go. I wanted to. There we go. What people wanted was the music. Processing. I don't know. I don't know that the minerals think, again, unless it's the minerals like kind of lying a little bit. I don't know that the minerals think there is music. What people wanted was the music, but it was just rocks. I wonder. I mean, yeah, with the conquest, with the explorers, I'm processing the idea. No music download, like a musical download site or whatever. Or do you mean like there's no music to download? I don't know what you mean by no music download now. Actually, now that I'm thinking about sirens and stuff. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that title. I'm not saying it's a bad title. I don't know how to feel about how it either adds or detracts or affects or whatever the poem. Which sometimes titles, I try not to get too wrapped up in titles, but I am trying to consider it, and I don't know. From a siren's point of view, I feel okay. I think this is okay. I think this is what you're trying to tell me, actually, is about the taunting. Because so like, it's not that humans are after a music that exists naturally and is good to get. A siren is trying to lure people in. So the insinuation that people are hunting music, which is metaphorical in this sense, hunting a music in this story, and saying that there's a siren, alluding to a siren, lends itself back to what you were saying about the rocks being taunting. So the rocks, I'm saying rocks, the minerals, the rocks, the earth, the nature, is actually beckoning people to do all these things. But to what end? It seems like it's explained that like the minerals don't care and it doesn't matter what people do. And so to what end do the minerals do what they do? Is there an end to it either? It's pointless to build a lighthouse. It's going to crumble. So what, on a geologic timescale, when the minerals know that people are ephemeral, what are the minerals trying to accomplish and why? It's a trap. It's a trap. The domain name is Sirens Rocks. Reddit is still mad. There was no music to download. It was just rocks. I don't know why anyone would be... I don't know. I don't know why anyone would be mad if you Googled something to download music and there was no music. I remember a time when downloading music wasn't an easy thing to do, and like it was like pirate crap anyway. I remember the days of downloading music, and when you started the music, it just wasn't what you wanted. Like at one point in time, that was just like that was the risk you played. I guess that was just the risk you ran. So I don't know. Maybe that would have. At least they're not getting a virus. I'd rather get rocks than a virus. Yeah, I feel like thinking about Sirens Rocks, I think I think me personally, I wouldn't focus too much on the title of this poem if it were my reading of it, because I feel like there's a sort of like entrapment that the minerals are trying to perform with that title in mind. But if I take that title out of mind and remove it from my mind and I don't think about it, then I feel like I get a slightly different story where it's about, it's more about futility, the futility of the things that people do on a geologic timescale, right? Like, what is this all for? At the end of the day, like in a million years, we're not going to be around anymore. That's the minerals perspective. So it's about futility. But it's weird that the minerals seem to care so much. They say they don't sympathize, but yet here we are. It's a poem, right? So it's I think it's a jealousy over the futility. That's my reading, and I think that's the reading I think I like the most, But I'm also very pro-human. I'm very pro-people. I'm very optimistic in that way. So I think my reading comes off more like, I think the minerals are jealous. Like, I think they're almost trying to convince themselves that they don't care. But they kind of do. Like, they'd rather be, like, made up into a lighthouse than sitting at the bottom of the sea. Like, the people are interesting. There's something happening. You know what I mean? And I don't think that that's how you wrote it, but I kind of... That's how I kind of see it, maybe? I don't know.
This feels like a podcast.
Sure. Sure. Yeah, I love people. This is all just a LARP. I wouldn't say this is all just a LARP. It makes you think. If it makes you think, I wouldn't say it's all a LARP. It makes me think. And I like it. And this is an excellent example, too, what we were talking about earlier, before Towering left. I think it was, yeah. Was it Towering? Who? I think it was Towering. Someone asked if poems could not rhyme. This would be an excellent example. And here we actually have two different kind of formats. You have a very, what looks like prose, which is part of why this reminded me of that other book I was showing you, is because it does kind of the same thing. It looks like prose. It's like written like it's a thing, but it's poetic in nature, and then lends itself to a more familiar poetic structure that people would more comfortably call poetry. But the whole thing is one poem, but it's got two sort of different formats, two different structures, which is fun. It is a new format for Mo. What's a new format for me? The podcast? This is our poem podcast. Poemcast. Welcome to the my Magic Man Mo's Poemcast. Poetry. Oh, it's not a new form for me. It's not one that I write in myself. It's not new to me, as in, like, I've read stuff in, like, this structure or a similar structure or whatever. It's not new to me as a person. I don't normally write in this. It's not my style. But, yeah. I tend to find that when I try to write kind of more in this structure, I kind of just slowly turn into just writing prose. I mean, the poetry pod. Oh, okay. Cool. I mean, yeah, this isn't a usual thing. This is normally a gaming channel. So, yeah. Talking poetry on the channel is unusual. But, like, I like to do... above all, this is more than just like a gaming channel. It's my channel, so we do whatever we want. We do what we want. Yeah, cool. Let me put that away for now. I enjoyed that one, though. Let's see where we're at here. Excuse me. Let me read, Ashton's got one called Hate up here, but let me go ahead and read Gloria's next, because it's really short and it's right here. And this is only her second submission. So let me read Gloria's first, since I'm here. I want to try to actually, like, kind of zoom in on it a little bit. Yay! Here we go. Okay. There we go. I'm kind of eating the page here a little bit, but that's okay. Context, it's the same as the other one, and it's in the same book. So another poem for her book. I'll Always Love You by Gloria. Your eyes sparkle like stars in the night sky. All of you is beautiful like your eyes. When I'm with you, I get butterflies. I'll always love you. This is another back of the napkin, like, sweet, little sweet poem. You would just give very similar, like you said, very similar, same context. It's another, like, sweet nothings poem. Kind of like, I want you to know that I'm thinking of you. We've got sky, eyes, butterflies. So we've got, like, it's only 4 lines. It's a little guy. And we've got 3 rhymes. We go A, and then B. This last one doesn't rhyme at all. I kind of wish it did. But I think maybe that kind of like that kind of reads like even more importantly, like that's the disruptor, right? Like eyes in the sky, beautiful eyes, or stars. It's actually it's eyes twice. So this is very in particular about eyes. Your eyes sparkle like stars in the night sky. All of you is beautiful like your eyes. When I'm with you, I get butterflies. I kind of wonder if you were to make this a bigger poem, if you could actually write more about their eyes in a very detailed level, since this seems to be very eye-centric. Like, those are the features. Those are the only features about the you character that the writer, the I, is talking about. Their only feature actually described is their eyes. They're sparkling like stars, and they're beautiful. Those are the things that we know. We know that the eye gets butterflies, sure. And to that end, you could even say when I gaze into them or something like that. Like, this whole thing could just be about their beautiful eyes. On a linguistic perspective, I would prefer that the first two lines didn't use the word eyes twice. Especially because the rhyming scheme is already the I sound, sky, eyes, flies. Just to contrast it more and give it a little bit more variety in the poem. But like I said, it's like a back of the napkin, like love poem or whatever. So it doesn't have to be that deep. I think it's supposed to be a simple, like, I'm thinking of you and love you type situation. So it doesn't have to be that deep. I just mean to, like, elevate it. That would be something to consider, especially if you're going to make it a bigger poem. Hey, all, just went back to say I'll have to leave for the rest of the stream. Well, see you, Derica. Thanks for hanging out. We're only going to be on for a few more minutes. I think it should have been longer. The character's saying it loves his eyes so much. Right. And it doesn't have to be longer. Like you said, if this is, I don't know, your book, especially if you're a character, in the book just writes these kinds of poems, if this is very consistent with what they write, it doesn't have to be any different since you're using this for a book. So keeping that context in mind, maybe it's more important that it's like short and simple like this. That's going to be up to you since it's involved in a book. But for the poem by itself, that contrast, like I said, or if you were going to make it longer, which you don't have to, if you were going to, you could even go into more features about the eyes, or even things around the eyes. Does the character have bags under their eyes, but they're beautiful anyway? Do they have like a brow or the nose or the space in between their eyes, or do they have clean eyes? Is there a color involved? Do they have bloodshot eyes, which would tell a very different story? Like, they're beautiful and they sparkle, but is there more character? And maybe there's not. These are things to consider. Because you can tell a very different story based on what you say. It's like your eyes sparkle like the stars in the night sky. I'm trying to think of a good like example that isn't like morbid, because I keep thinking of like morbid things to do. But yeah, no. But I think it's because of a lot of the poems we've read so far have been like really like kind of leaning into the darkest side of things. I'm like, what if they were bloodshot eyes and this guy's got like a drinking problem, but like, he's beautiful anyway. He just needs to be fixed. And I'm like, no, that's not the point. I'm like, Mo, that's not the point. I was like leaning into the darkness a little bit, but no, as a really simple, cute, like, I love you poem. I shall write more poems about that. There you go. I like a sweet poem. I like a sweet poem too. Just my brain is twisted right now with what we've read so far today. Let's do. As far as submissions go, Ashton's got 2 more submitted. So I think we're gonna go through Ashton's last 2 here And then we'll probably be wrapping up because it's already just about lunchtime for me. I think that's what we'll probably do. Nice share, nice share. Claps. Claps and applause. Did someone try to say something? Did I hear a voice in the void? There we go. Trying to see if
Okay, you can read them yourself. Oh, look.
What?
MagicManMo. Application that MagicManMo uploaded.
Are we talking about me? I hear voices talking about me.
Yeah, you uploaded onto YouTube just now.
Oh, did I? The
Yeah.
new Garfield episode is probably out. Well, that's because I was gonna have this stream wrapped up by noon, so the video is scheduled to come out at noon. But it's okay, we're still going. Well, because I normally release on weekends. Oh, well. Normally I release weekend episodes at 8 in the morning, but I plan on streaming at 8, so I didn't want to have a stream and a video both starting at the same time. That seemed like a really bad idea. So I put it at noon, because I'm like, I'll probably go 8 to 10 or 8 to 11. But then I also, like, slept in, so I started late anyway. So I'd like to see one of your poems as well. Well, we did 2 of my poems earlier, 2 of my old poems. And we might have to do another poetry stream in the future if people want to see that. It's possible. It's a good format for a channel. It's very slow paced. You know, that's an interesting point. I feel like I'm totally good with slow paced, like, analytical stuff like this. But my audience is so split. There's people that either are gonna love it or people are gonna hate it. And then there's like fast-paced, zany, chaotic stuff that I do that people either love, and then there's people that hate it. I have a very like diverse audience. I do a lot of strange things here on this channel. Oh, were you having lunch, Erica, when I was reading my poems? You missed my poems. Let me read. Oh, unless Ashton wants to. Is Ashton still in the void? Do you want to read your hate poem, or should I read it?
I read both of them.
I'm sorry, you cut off for a second. You or me?
Go right ahead.
Okay, gotcha.
You.
Gotcha. Sorry, you're just cutting out for some reason on my side, but here we go. This one's called Hate. I want to hate you for what you did. I'll meet my fate for what you did. But I love you, I miss you, moved on too quick. I'm a time bomb who will go tick. I have hope, but no hope. There's no way it's real. I hate you, nope. I don't know what to feel. I dream of you almost every night. I love you. I won't give up this fight. I lied. I might. I died. I might. 911, what's your emergency? The walls turned red. How big is the urgency? He's dead. I can't let that be reality. I must keep up the fight. Although I do not have immortality, I must not see the light. I will sit here and wait. I can't hear. I can't see straight. They say I'm ill. I'm mentally ill. They say he will. He will what? They may. Take away... Where's my... I need to scroll. I'm sorry. Take away the ropes. Tie him down. Take away the hopes. She's gone. I lost the crown. I hate you for what you did. I can't hate you for what I did. I miss you like a little kid. I miss you like a little kid. This one utilizes a lot of repetition. And I think that...
Yeah.
I think with the repetition... I'm trying to think. Processing. I think the repetition, it almost starts off very lyrical in terms of... And it might be part of the stressed syllables here. I want to hate you for what you did. I'll meet my fate for what you did. It almost starts off... Before we get into the rest of the poem, the setup here actually almost comes off like a Taylor Swift song. Like, you've got like repetition, you've got very short lines, you've got very like the stressing of the lines. So it actually starts off kind of oddly lyrical for the direction the rest of the poem ends up going. And I'm sure that's just that might be just my brain, or that might be sheer coincidence. But This reads a lot more like a catharsis poem, which is fine. A lot of people write poetry not for others. People can write poetry for other people to read. People write poetry for themselves. This, of everything we've read so far today, is a catharsis poem. This very much reads as someone formulating their thoughts and still coming to grips with a situation that's fresh. And the way that you know that that's the case is that it's not sure in any of what it's saying. And I think that's by design. I'm not trying to say that it's confused or like the writing's confused. It's just that like it's the I might. It's the I don't know what to feel. This is not a poem that has a conclusion. This is a poem that doesn't know where it's going.
Yeah.
And you get that a little bit here, where it actually, I don't know if this is a word, juveniles? That's not a word. I think there's an actual word I'm looking for. But it reduces itself to being a kid. I mean, quite literally, right at the end. And the imagery you get here with the I miss you like a little kid, I mean, you get that. It's a sense of lostness. That was stupid. Of being lost. You get a sense of being lost. Like it's wandering. Like when I say it's lyrical at first, then the lyrics kind of break down and you have a different structure here. Like the lines get shorter thoughts, and then they elongate into bigger ideas, and then they shorten again. It's meandering. It's a meandering poem built for catharsis, to work through an idea, to work through a concept, but it doesn't reach a conclusion. And a poem like this, obviously, by itself, can be written for oneself, but can be utilized in context with, like, if you were writing, say you were writing a collection of poems, say you were doing like a little book or a chapbook or even a full-size thing. A poem like this would fit if there was, if this was supposed to create that sense of being lost, create that sense of confusion, create that sense of urgency, create that sense of distress before or after a different poem that's a lot more structured. This is a poem that, that if you have something like that fits a structure and has an answer, this is made to break that down or to be answered later. So this is like kind of like a transitioning poem in my mind because of its nature. Dolph says the dialogue was a nice touch, and it's unique to only the one stanza. We have dialogue only in one stanza.
Yeah.
Small fucking things of milk. You wanted the carnation.
Oh, they're talking to themselves. And you have a back and forth. You have 911, and you have one character who here is presumably not actually the I, but it could be.
Oh, here comes that truck and that bolt.
It depends on how many people the I is. The I can be one single person, or the I can both be, because I died, right? And there's he's dead, right? So like we have the I that does the dying, and we have the speaker that says the he's dead. So you have potentially three characters. I, this third person, and 911. You could also have two characters here. You have the I, you have 911, and then the I is the one that's actually doing, god darn it, I'm trying to highlight. The I is the one doing the phone call as a preemptive type situation. That would be something that would be further explained if this was in a collection of poems. And the reason I say it could be the same person making the call and doing the dying, could be the same person, because after the he's dead, after the dying, I is still talking, I is still here. So that could be the same person there. And I think that's probably my preferred take on that one. The alternative to that would be the whole like, 911, what's your emergency? The walls are turned red. How big is the emergency? You could say I'm dead. And I hate that I have to go back up to that first stanza and say it feels very Taylor Swift, like the the old Taylor's dead. I hate that my brain goes straight back to that, but I feel like he has something on his mind he's working through. It feels like the I is working through a thing. I like the third person switch. You like the third person switch? It's definitely unique to only this stanza. No, actually, it's not entirely unique. We do have a he. They say I'm ill. I'm mentally ill. They say he will. He will what? They may. Which is a confused way of basically saying that there is like yet another party that isn't the 911. This is more like, if you think mentally ill, you're thinking like a facility meant to what's the word that I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for? We've got one. I've got one near me, but like a mental health facility of some kind, perhaps. Especially with the tying him down thing, you don't do that in a jail cell. Like when we call 911, it's not the police we're talking to, right? That's not the situation. So when we talk about tie him down, you think about mental health facilities and like insane asylums and that kind of thing. Which is kind of like, this is contradictory to itself, the take away the ropes, but then tie him down. You think getting tied down with ropes. You see that the rope is a danger to the eye in this character, but then is still being utilized to oh, you can't see what I'm highlighting. I'm so sorry. Supposedly help as well. The rope is a weapon. The rope is dangerous. The rope is necessary. The rope is help. These two lines together are like a terrifying combination, especially in terms of that like struggle. And then the fact that it's tied to the she's gone is like the source of the trouble. Yeah, asylum wasn't actually the word I was looking for, I don't think, but it's fine. We won't struggle on that. I like that he presses on. This would be a hard thing to press through in terms of like going through the writing. Yeah, I think those are my thoughts on this. I can't really do what I do with the whole like going into like linguistics and like why things are written the way they are, because like because of the way it's sort of lost meandering, it feels intentional, so that anything that I would point out, like I know I pointed out the he's dead could be like I'm dead, for example, but that was supposed to be more of an example more than a suggestion. Anything else would be more like, that's the thing with like catharsis poems, if that's what this is or how it started. Those are very difficult to make suggestions for, because by their own very nature, they're not really meant for a reader at all. Not that they don't get published, not that they don't get seen by other people. Catharsis poems aren't really meant for other people. So it's kind of like you have to put yourself in someone else's shoes. Like the reader is not supposed to actually relate to this. That's not the point. The point of a poem like this is to actually better understand the writer. I remember that being described best to me. I was in a poetry class in college where we were all workshopping, and someone had presented a catharsis poem kind of like this, but it was about abuse instead. And after the reader had read their poem for workshop, my professor asked it sounds like a very harsh question, but like that's what there was a reason for it. They read their catharsis story about abuse that was very sad and very personal, and the professor asked, when it was over, and we may have said a couple things first, but what he asked was, okay, now that we've read that and now that we've looked at it, why do I care? Which the writer felt like, oh, what do you like, as if the professor doesn't care. But the professor wasn't trying to say I don't care. It's why do I, as the reader, like if you weren't in this room reading it to me, if we couldn't talk to the author right now, why do I, the reader, care? And the reason he asked that was he was trying to get, since we were doing workshop, because again, at the end of the day, I was in a class, we were doing workshop. So the idea is when you're a writer and you're writing something like that, who is it for? And so for the professor, since we were doing a workshop in a setting, if this was written for someone else, it's a catharsis poem, obviously. But if it's presented to a reader, why do I care? What is the point of this? What, as a writer, what are you trying to accomplish? And that was a really tricky conversation, because when you deal with something like this, and it is so personal, you can feel attacked when you're asked a question like that. But it's also important that as a writer, that while you're seeking catharsis, if the intention is to also share it with others, what's the grander picture? And like with Ashton here, he's actually shared several poems with us that doesn't quite fit this level of catharsis so far. It's not quite the same thing. So that becomes the answer, right? It's like, well, I'm writing this because I'm trying to evoke this emotion, and then I'm going to present these other poems as well. So like that becomes, as a writer, you consider like, what is my purpose for sharing this? Because you could keep this to yourself, and that's 100% fine. And I'm not saying you should one thing or the other. It's something to think about, that when you're as a writer doing these things and you're writing poetry, if you want to like sort of like hone your craft and like master the, learn the craft and share your craft and share these experiences and even read the same stuff from other people sharing their experiences, broadening your horizons like that gives you more of a respect. Let me look at the Phoebe Bridgers reference at the end. I don't know Phoebe Bridgers. Let me Google Phoebe Bridgers. I must not see the light could be a good last line. That perseverance stanza could be a good way to conclude. He's brave to share it. Yeah, sharing poetry in general can be very vulnerable, which is why I'm like, it's very important in a setting like this. I'm sitting here talking about this stuff, so I want you all to know that I take all of these shares with deep respect. And anything that I suggest or say is coming from a place of deep respect, because it is a very vulnerable thing to share really any poetry. And then, of course, when you have something so personal like this, it's even more so. Phoebe Bridgers, American singer-songwriter, indie folk. Oh, what does she sing? Maybe I know her work, but not her. Maybe that's it. I love her website. It's PhoebeEffingBridgers.com is her website. That's funny.
Just so you know, that wasn't even the entire poem. I just added the rest of it to it.
Is there more that I need to... Oh.
I just thought it... Because it kind of gets into the mind of an insane or, person. Oops. With a bunch of stuff.
I'm looking for...
It just puts you in the...
Here it is. I couldn't find...
It puts you in the mindset.
So there is an addendum to this poem, that there is more to it. I will wait until I am no longer being shark. Because that feels like a very different tone. Those are two very different types, baby shark. Do. I feel bad. The right after the end that we had, I miss you like a little kid. You can't leave. You said forever, right? This is betrayal. I am Steve. This is quite. This is my mind. I'm losing it all. I won't find running into this wall. Who am I? What am I? Where am I? Who am I? Someone help. This is it. Hear me yelp. This is no bit. End me. So long. Goodbye. Too long. Too high. One more huff. Screw my mind. This is tough. I can't find drip, drip, drip. I'm having another trip, trip, trip. I want my mother. When I jump, I'm free. Will they care? Let's see. Goodbye. This wasn't Faye. Yeah, no. As a... Hang on, you had another poem down here. I'm just gonna peep.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I wanted to peep it for a second for structure. Okay. Your addendum here. Why the I am Steve? Why the Minecraft reference? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't even know how to. I just you're just trolling at this point. I am Steve, trolling me here.
No, I am Steve.
I am Steve.
It kind of, I know it seems like a joke, but it does play into the thing of someone losing their mind.
We are Steve. Ashton, we are all Steve. We are Steve here with you.
We are Steve. In this world, we mine and craft.
I would say, as a poem goes, I actually wouldn't want to add this addendum at all, because you go from, and if you're gonna do like another catharsis thing, and another like destabilized poem, I feel like this is a, oddly enough, like a different idea than what you end at here, and that's because I don't know why it. Oh, okay, you removed it. That's right. That's why. My Discord moved and I didn't know what happened. I would say that the addendum there was more like cry for help catharsis, as opposed to lost and struggling to connect the dots, so to speak. So like this taking this with full respect and like completely like my analysis here. The first part here is like I'm lost and I'm looking for answers, and that addendum is more like I'm lost and I refuse to look for answers. That's why I say like cry for help. It's like literally like I'm crying, I'm screaming, I'm shouting, but that's it. There's like there's no like
Another mass shooting in Alabama.
Yeah, that's there's no like obviously there's no conclusion or finality there in the same sense that there isn't in this one, but I'm getting myself feedback to me. Yeah, I would make that its own thing if you wanted to write a poem that's very like cry for help. But I would say that goes back to what I was saying about my professor with the like, why do I care as a writer? So if you write a cry for help poem, the purpose of it needs to be more than what the words are eluding me right now. If you're trying to evoke a certain feeling of desperation, of loneliness, of being lost, of what's the word I'm looking for? There's a better word that I'm looking for. It's gone. If you're trying to evoke those kinds of feelings, I think there are. Let me look. Let me think. There are more. I don't want to say there are more constructive ways of putting together that narrative, because you're creating a destructive narrative by design. By design, it's a destructive narrative. It's supposed to break down that structure, but there also has to be a way to like follow the logic, like follow the chain. In the same way that if you write a poem that's like random words smashed out together with no rhyme or reason, then you get to the like just, you know, as a silly example, if I literally just got Notepad open and just started writing words, like at the end of the day, it's like, oh, I'm sharing a thing, but the thing itself doesn't mean anything. If you have a poem that's like just short phrases of like the I might have to give up on this thread, because I think I'm going in the wrong direction.
Yeah. Wait.
I don't know.
You need a hand?
I'm a gracious host, thank you. I don't know. It's one where, like, if you're trying to evoke that feeling, I feel like there's a better way to evoke that feeling. But I think ultimately I'm trying to, my brain, I'm trying to structure it because that's the way I write. Whereas you're creating a destructured format here, like a destructured way of like evoking that feeling. And I've got a gut feeling that there's a different way to do that I myself would prefer, and I think would be more narratively impactful, but I can't describe it to you. I'm really struggling to do so. So that would be what I would look at. It's like, how do I, if this is the feeling I'm trying to evoke, how do I do so in a way that actually strikes? This is coming from like if you're trying to like do this as a writer for others, you know, to share it. How do I construct that message, evoke that message in a way that destructs the reader's sense of safety and security? Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. How do I, as a writer, structure a poem intended to destructure the reader's feeling of security in what they're reading? Like, I want to make my reader uncomfortable. I want to make my reader concerned for whatever reason, for the person that's writing. And hopefully there's a purpose behind that. Personally, I would love it if there's like, again, with some of the messages of hope in one of your previous poems, for example. If there was like a hopeful turn to it, obviously that would be preferred on my side. But it's like, whatever the purpose might be, how do you turn that into something that evokes that level of uncomfortability? You see that a little bit in horror. This isn't horror, but you see that in horror. How do I write a thing that makes the reader uncomfortable? As a writer, I have to create something that's like physically uncomfortable to read sometimes. If you're going for that level of horror, there's psychological, there's gore, there's all kinds of stuff. Horror is a great example here. I think something like this, catharsis poetry, it's hard to talk about because you know, you fall into the trap of like, oh, do I walk on eggshells? I don't want to upset someone who's writing something very personal. But I think horror is a great example to use here. You're writing something that is meant to make the reader uncomfortable. So you would probably want to study horror and take what aspects of that work and translate that into something else. Like, this isn't meant to disturb the reader in the same way, but I think you might be able to borrow some of the same elements. I think that's what my final thoughts are going to be on that addendum that you posted in terms of structuring that. I still can't get over the I am Steve. I'm sorry. But like, that's what I would say about that.
I am Steve.
I am Steve. We are all Steve. We are Steve.
I am Steve.
Dolph says, I think if you want to make the reader more uncomfortable, you need to put the reader into the scenario rather than describing your own. Ideally, yeah. But that's the tricky part with what, like, we're trying to do like a catharsis thing. So like, imagine you're trying to tell a narrative. Like, if this were like a first-person prose story, that's what I'm imagining. So you're not really trying to bring the reader in. The reader is like an observer in someone else's story, and
No one else is here.
and that's what's kind of happening here. I think I would normally agree with Dolph on that one, but I think in this case, that's like not the intention. Okay. I got one more from Ashton here. It looks a little bit more structured. We'll see what we've got when we get there here. Where's my, as opposed to, you know, deconstructed like the last one. It's still probably similar vibes. Destroying oneself. What does one feel when it gets real, when one escalates us to the real plates? One gave oneself to her, staring to the stars. There were the shooting stars going fars. When the apocalypse comes, will you come over from's the bunker you stay in and stay the night in? My home, my cave, remember the cave. I will give myself for you. It's for who? The box that holds my heart, the box from your loss. How must you leave when you gave something this close to sigh? Okay, fine. Let me get in line. Single file lines in my head, single file lines on the table, drowning my sorrows, abusing myself. The rhymes are dead, just like my head. When the wed, I need my meds. For the love of God, call the feds. Stuck in bed, like you said. I have to scroll. You had to kill me to save yourself. Why did you do that? I thought we looked out for each other, but that was another lie. Give me a sec. back to the board where I drink and drink and drink, where you think and think and think. Here comes the horde of thoughts. I didn't think of my art. I'm bleeding out. The box has my heart. There we go. A couple interruptions there because I didn't have the whole thing on screen, but this one, there's actually a really fun stanza. Not that this is fun in content. A really fun stanza linguistically is the rhymes are dead. There's the consonants here: dead, head, wed, med, fed, bed, said. There's an insane amount of consonants in that stanza, and that's linguistically very fun when talking about poetry. And fun feels like the wrong word to use, but I'm using it. This one does a really strange thing in the beginning. Well, not right at the beginning, but like the second stanza. One gave oneself to her. This is something that I was talking about before. I forget the context. It was way early when I was talking about like changing you to one or whatever. I was talking grammatical stuff. This does a really strange thing because this one feels so personal. Going to one gave oneself is strangely impersonal. Like this is just the idea of one person doing so. Whereas it feels much more like it should say, I gave myself to her, or you gave yourself to this. It feels like it should be more personal, yet this line is strangely impersonal. So it does a strange thing there. It does something strange up here too. I just don't know how to describe it. What does one feel? Oh, there's the one again. That's true. That's true. It's right at the beginning. Okay. So it's a question to somebody. The thing is, what does one feel when it gets real? When one escalates us to the real plates? This is a very confusing stanza to me because it starts as a question, and I don't know who's being asked the question. It feels like it's the us. It feels like it's a you me type thing, right? As if like the I is the writer and the you is the reader, and there's us. That's us. You me. It's you and me. I believe, because there's also a her. I believe the her is actually supposed to be the us. But that's what's so confusing about the one gave oneself to her, is that we lose that. Like, I don't actually know who the writer is talking to at all times. Staring to the stars, there were the shooting stars going fars. The forced S rhyme the S could probably actually be dropped because this is actually a more serious sort of topic. Like if it was a lot goofier, if it was immediately followed by I'm Steve, if it was a really goofy poem, then you could keep that. But I think because I think you could actually just go far and go with the soft rhyme and it'd be perfectly fine. When the apocalypse comes, will you come over? From's same thing. I'd probably drop it. The bunker you stay in and stay the night in. I would probably grammatically change one of these stays because they're too close to each other and it loses its rhythm. I would probably say something like the bunker you hide in or something like that, or maybe the bunker you stay in and hide the night in, or it doesn't have to be the word hide. It can be something else. The stays really close to each other reads strangely, and that's just from a grammatical sort of like stylistic choice there. But will you come over and stay over when the apocalypse comes?
I'm gonna fix it, okay? I'm gonna fix that.
Oh sure. And I am Steve the night in. I am Steve. I am Steve. You should change the titles to all these Jack Black. My home, my cave, remember the cave. I will give myself for you, it's for who. And again, this is a very personal thing. It's like us, the reader, does not know the cave. So that's where I was talking about, like going back up to the who's the reader asking this question to and who's the us. But then we lose some. for some reason lose that with the oneself and her. I feel like the reader should be like a passive observer, and this is a conversation between two other people, the writer and the her, or somebody. The box that holds my heart. This is kind of an interesting placement for the introduction of the box. My home, my cave, remember the cave, blah, 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 the box. It kind of makes it feel like, is the cave the box? You know, like, remember the cave, right? Like, that's where I keep my heart. Remember that cavity in which I kept my heart that you used to be welcome to, but now you're not? Or maybe you're welcome because, you know, the apocalypse and stuff. But, like, you're welcome, but you're not coming over.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the how must period really... I'm not sure what that means. Just how must. How must... Because it picks back up over here. I just don't know what it's doing. I just don't know what it's doing there. But it picks back up here. How must you leave when you gave something this close to sigh? Okay, fine. I'm not a big fan... This is a personal preference. I'm not a big fan of inserting onomatopoeia there.
Yeah.
Just because it flirts with I'm processing that thought about why. It flirts with like the prose standard of being like, "How was your day?" said Billy. Or, like, "My day was fine," sighed Sally. It flirts with that sort of, like, it's almost too direct of an instruction for the reader. Again, this is a personal preference. You can keep it, you can leave it, you can do whatever you want with it. It's yours. Although I would say if you do that grammatically, I would probably... sigh, italics, like you did, maybe a hyphen, not attaching the sigh and okay, but more like, where's my notepad? It'd be like sigh, hyphen, okay, whatever, you know, whatever, etc. I would probably do it something like that, with that italicizer or whatever, just as a clearer distinction of like direction. But that comes from a personal preference. This is poetry. That's not a rule you have to follow. That's just a me thing. You get out. Who's telling me to get out? Ashton, you get. What are you kidding? Get coming over to my chat and tell me to get out. You're right here. Now you got Time Holic doing it.
Get out!
I will not. Single file lines in my head, single file lines on the table, which the imagery there for me is like lines of coke. Which we get to meds in a minute, so I don't know if this is supposed to be a drug reference. It's the only thing I can actually think of. This is also drowning my sorrows. You would think someone drinking, abusing myself. I mean, these are all self-sabotaging, self-abusing things. I don't know about the single file lines in my head being a thing, but it makes it feel like one-track mind. I don't know if it fits the stanza since we have abuse and drugs basically happening here, whereas single-minded, like single-filed thoughts might not quite fit the same idea, but maybe, I don't know, go back and forth on that. The rhymes are dead. No capital there, which is an interesting, that could just be a typo. Interesting compared to like everything else being capitalized, but that one's not. The rhymes are dead, just like my head, which when you talk about like the self-abuse to your ability to even think to begin with, I need my meds, which it sounds more like, I kind of wonder if the self-abuse is more about like self-medication. So when we talk about like, if we're talking drug use, if we're talking about alcohol use, if we're self-medicating in a weird way, the whole I need my meds, it's like I'm taking my meds. These are my meds now. They're not good. That is not medication, but like this is the self-medication of a self-abused soul. For the love of God, call the feds. That's just a cry for help. Quite literally stuck in bed, like you said. And this kind of like follows the same theme from a couple of the previous poems we've seen. So like obviously if these were all together in a collection, this feels more like a callback to previous work, more than it feels like it actually constructs this specific poem. Especially since like we talk about like it's like an actual call for help. I need my meds. Feels like strange.
How many different Misty stories you get
with the self-abuse. And then this is a callback to to the her, right? You had to kill me to save yourself, which makes it seem like the her has issues too, and we're not seeing their side of the story. So it would actually be really fascinating to see that side of the story. Probably not in this poem, it wouldn't belong, but in a different poem where actually you can break down their side of the story so that the reader has the full context. In that sense, why'd you do that? I thought we looked out for each other, but that was another lie. And this describes a betrayal of some kind. Back to the board. This feels like back to the drawing board, which feels like I would probably omit that line altogether unless that means something that I'm not registering. And that's because back to the board feels like back to the drawing board, because that makes it feel like, oops, well, I guess this failed. I guess I'll try again with something else, someone else, whatever. I don't know. Something failed and we're going to try again. We're going back to the drawing board. At least that's what my brain went to. So that doesn't seem to fit on brand with the feelings. The feelings are not going back to the board. The feelings we've had so far are, my heart is dead in a box right now. That is not going back to the drawing board. That is as far from going back to the drawing board as possible. The board isn't in the same state as this writer. The board is not being considered. So I don't know how I feel about that. Where I drink and drink and drink. This goes that goes back to the self-medication, the drinking, where you think and think and think. And again, this is the you think and think and think, which goes back to the whole, like, it would be really fascinating to see a story written from the her point of view, with the looking out for yourself, save yourself. That insinuates a deeper story there. Here comes the horde. This is just here comes a horde is a setup for the last stanza. And specifically rhymes with board. I don't agree with the board line. I almost feel like the last line should be omitted as well. And if you needed a setup for the last stanza, I feel like the second to last stanza, like this stanza could probably be reworked. If you come up with something else for the first line, then you can come up with something else for the fourth line to lead into the last stanza. That would be my thoughts, just because that seems to be so tied to this. But that's all I have on that on those two lines. I think the horde of thoughts, and again, when I think horde, I think like horde of orcs, like for the horde. So like, you know, like a band of like a war band of some kind. I didn't think of my art, which we actually haven't had the inclusion of art so far in this poem at all. So we actually don't know as readers what the art is, unless it's supposed to be in reference to the self-medication, which it was not actually. God, I'm terrible at highlighting. Which is not actually really referenced as being artistic or being something that you take pride in. I'm bleeding out. The box has my heart, and that's a callback to the box of the heart, which could be, you know, the home, the cave, the cavity, that kind of thing.
The box is real, by the way.
You have a real box with a real heart inside. Are you Davy Jones from Pirates of the Caribbean 2 and 3?
That,
Not with the actual. I mean, the box,
that
actually.
got dark fast.
I've got a jar of dirt. I've got a jar of dirt. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself.
It's alright, I thought the same thing for a second.
It's that, it looks like I have my heart in a box now.
I've got an ice box where my heart used to be. That's song lyrics. Who sings that? I already forget. Box where my heart.
I don't know, old man.
No one remembers, and it's been so long. Who sings that? Icebox. Is that what? Omarion, I think. It was like a one-hit wonder, like like years ago.
Zombie.
Heart-shaped box. Is it a heart-shaped box? Says Dolph.
Oh, that's a good Nirvana reference. I love that.
Oh, is that a Nirvana? Oh, I do know who Nirvana is.
Hi back, because the person that this poem's about, me and her love that song.
Oh.
What's the word? Unintentional.
Unintentional connection there.
Meaning.
Although it's something that
Yeah.
you could potentially use if you were going to get really into like shared moments and stuff in other poems or whatever. I would say I think that's part of a lot of what's actually missing from what you've written so far from these poems, which kind of fit a similar theme. If these were going to be in a collection, for example, what we're missing are the moments that actually make you wish you had her back. Like, it's kind of like, I miss you, I'm destroying myself, blah, blah, blah. But, like, what's so great about her? Like, we're kind of missing this. So, like, if you had a collection, you'd be able to build that up. You'd be able to build up those moments and, like, describe why what you had is worth the self-destruction. And then you also have, and maybe at the end of the day, that's part of the self-discovery in a collection. You could find out it wasn't worth the self-destruction. So that would be something to bring up. It's like, look at these moments, and then that's what makes this so much more sad. And it can be sad because you don't have her back, or it's sad because the reader is sad that that's what you're holding on to. Depending on what those moments are, that's going to be a part of the self-discovery process of writing. And then, of course, like I said earlier, too, it would also be really fascinating to try to write as a part of a collection from the other's point of view. Assuming that all these poems, the I, which the reason I keep saying the I is that it's really important in poetry to not always assume that because it says I, that it's about the author. It's very important to assume that. So what you've got written here, if the I is ostensibly the same character, then being able to write about the her that this I is has lost, being able to write the her's perspective would be really fascinating. And then also having from the I's perspective those moments. If you were going to make a collection, that would be really fascinating, and that would be something that I would want to see from a collection like that. Not that you would have to. It's just something that that would be something I would want to see. I know I've dabbled here and there a little bit with that in my own collection, where the main character is not the usual main character. Even though it's written exactly the same way as if it was, but then all of a sudden, wait a minute, the details don't line up, and you realize, oh, this isn't about the same person.
And which one was your personal favorite?
My personal favorite? It's right here by Towering Tales. MagicManMo, what a man! Shark him anytime you can.
Oh, come on, Mo. No,
His streams are always a huge win. MagicManMo Jig Trap is a game he's in.
He chooses the one.
You misheard me. I said which one out of mine.
Mitch the Monkey is also here. Plays Jackbox at least once a year.
Oh, jeez, help me. Of course he picks the one about himself.
We got really serious. We were really deep in conversation. Y'all forgot for a minute. It's MagicManMo, baby! Full of himself. Chaos. Agent of chaos every day.
You're way too full of yourself.
Which one of yours? I have to peruse the older ones for a second here because I don't remember their names for starters.
I personally really like the I am Steve parts.
I did not like the I am Steve. I'm sorry. That line took me straight out of my body.
I am Steve. In this world we craft and mine, or whatever the meme is.
Honestly, I think mine would... It's probably literally the first one. And maybe I'm just biased because it was the first one I read, but the Wanting to Cry, right? I feel like that one... And I also mentioned earlier that I'm more, like, in your destructured poem that I was trying to find structure, I'm more of a structure kind of guy, so I think that one fits the bill a lot more than some of your others. So maybe that's also, like, just literally the structure of it's a little bit more on my side, but... Probably the Wanting to Cry.
I am MagicManMo. This world restream.
This is my stream. The red fedora is how we know that it's in fact the MagicManMo.
No, the right fedora. Oh, that takes me back to 2017.
I do like that it's been around since 2012, but it's like the red hat, the red fedora has not been around since 2012.
No, that's the freaking white fedora. Like,
No, it's there was no hat.
oh,
There was
right.
no hat yet.
Yeah.
The fedora came in like 2015, 14, 15, 15
I was
maybe
gonna-
16, somewhere around
I
there.
was going to say 16, because I remember in your 2015 intro, you weren't wearing a hat, I believe. So I'd like to say 2016.
The years run together for me because I'm just so god dang old. Dolph says the Lonely Flower one was good. I liked the Lonely Flower one as well. That one just wasn't by Ashton. Gotta shout out Derica's pig frog, cute frog one, of course. Oh, here it is. I was looking for the Lonely Flower. The Lonely Flower one was good. I like the Lonely Flower. But that one was by Towering Tales. Gloria had 2 of them in here. I think I liked her first one over the second one. The first one, the sweet like ice cream. I like the ice cream one. And Provolone just had the one submission, so that has to be my favorite one of Provolone's. There was only the one. That one was very different from his here. That one was a very different format, so that was refreshing too.
By the way, Mo, a bit irrelevant, but like, about the edit to the wheel channel, have you ever used that? I don't think you have.
We never ended up making the wheel. I was thinking about that yesterday. It's on my mind, but no, we haven't.
We never will.
And when did you make that? Like last year or something?
Probably. I don't. We had a really good idea, but then because that was I was still working my actual day job, and my life was like a nightmare, and I just didn't have time to like actually organize anything. So like, it just never happened. I have more free time. That's why I'm streaming more consistently now. I have more free time at night now. Finally, my life makes sense again. So maybe we'll do a wheel thing. I'm not sure how I want to incorporate it, but back when I incorporated that, we had ideas, and then it's just like my work-life balance got all out of sway, and it just never happened. Life happens. I don't do streaming professionally, unfortunately, so we have these ideas, and then I just don't do them because I'm like terrible. But like,
yeah, it's fair enough, Mo.
yeah, you know,
It's fair. I could see how it could be frustrating. I should probably find a better word, but that's the one which was on my mind.
No, that's I get it. I'm just trying to see. It's already almost 1. You guys got a lot out of this stream. Well, when we were analyzing poems and stuff, I sure do like to yap. I like to yap.
PMO here.
Let's see. Is there? Do I have anything to leave you guys off with here? Yeah, late here. Yeah, how late is it over there in Dolph World? Read one of my own. Oh, let's see. I read a couple of my old ones. I can actually read another old one because they're kind of longer. All my new stuff is all like Senryu anyway. Hold on a second. And who knows? Maybe we will do more poetry in the future if people liked this one. You guys want to? You want a poem about a lonely ant?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Here you go. I wrote this one in 2017 too. I'm in the 2017 section of my thing here. Little lonely ant crawling across the tabletop and coming to a lonely stop, deciding you can't drag yourself on into unknown and scary lands over paper clips and rubber bands. Your family gone. Where are you? Where did you even come from? How did you find yourself here, standing in glue?
I just almost fell asleep.
Don't. What?
That just proves how boring it is. No.
I put
no,
you to
I'm
sleep?
kidding.
My
I'm just
lonely
kidding.
ant poem?
I'm just kidding.
I literally wrote this poem while watching an ant walk across the table.
Ashton yawning at this just proves how
Yawning at
boring
me.
it is.
Do I have a more exciting? Do I have a more exciting poem?
Give me something with more action.
Yeah. Do I have anything high octane?
Ashton, you need to stop yawning, otherwise Mo will
Is this one
demote you.
exciting enough for you? It's called Take Flight. Hang on.
Oh boy.
Oh, balls. It's not fitting in the whole hell. Excuse me. I'm trying to get it all on one. Read the Bukowski. I think I accidentally closed that tab by mistake. I'll have to find it again. Taking to the sky, impossibly freeing, impossibly high, scraping the ceiling, of the earth below, steadily speeding, the others in tow. All the eyes seeing, broadcasts unstopped, the metal casing and warhead topped, missiles descending, yet others are answering, more and more ascending, more and more descending, unending. Is that exciting enough for you, Ashton?
Oh, hey.
Fell asleep. Sorry. Can you repeat that?
No.
You know, this is so funny.
You can rewind a minute.
August 20th is my birthday. You wrote this on my birthday.
On August 20th?
Yeah.
Happy birthday from 7 years ago and a month and 2 days.
Yeah.
This
That's
one, this
funny.
one is it's a bit. This one's a dark poem, but it's not about relationships. So this one was a little bit different for me. Isaac Carter, welcome
back, Isaac Carter. I like how we
Welcome back.
said it at the same time.
Welcome back.
Welcome back to the MagicManMo stream.
Where I
Even though
read a poem about nuclear war. That's what it's about. It's about missiles. It's the actual apocalypse. It's dropping bombs.
Stream.
What'd you say about stream? This one's in a very similar vein. 2017 was a year for this, apparently, for me. Shoot, I can't fit it all.
So Mo,
Yeah, what's up?
when can we expect the cooking with MagicManMo?
I mean, it might make its way to a Magic Pass, and then who knows? Maybe sooner than you think. Who knows?
What about baking with MagicManMo, eh?
I kid you not. I have both those ideas on this notepad right here in my hand. I have both of those written down. Cooking
Really?
and baking. I kid you not.
Wait, can you tilt that notepad just like 90 degrees?
I've got other like ideas in here. I'm not gonna read them all. I got stuff on here, dude.
Can we hear some of them and then we can say yay or nay?
Nay. Nay everything. Nay everything.
Come on, at least tell us a few of them.
Mo,
Come
can you
on.
please let me out of your basement?
Nay.
Basement stream? Imagine basement stream.
I don't have a basement, actually, so that's not gonna happen, I'm afraid.
You're lying. Someone help me, please.
I don't have
Rent
a
the basement.
No
Rent the
basement.
basement. So no kidnap stream.
A stream where Mo just drives around his town.
Mo finds and kidnaps Ashton IRL stream.
Yeah, yeah. Did you remember that image I photoshopped a while back?
Which
like-
one? I don't remember.
Oh, Ashton, do you remember when I
Yeah.
what was it?
Do you
Like,
remember?
Photoshopped you into the back of Mo's car.
Yeah, I remember that.
I need to see if I can find that.
Oh my god, Popo dropped 2 super long poems.
Did he?
Hey Mo, we should really have a
Be right back.
media channel. We should really have a media channel or something.
A media channel?
Yeah. Like just to post images and stuff. And
It sounds dangerous.
how dangerous?
I don't know what you guys are gonna post. It sounds dangerous.
Yeah, right. I posted it in general. It was this image I photoshopped a while back.
Oh yeah. No, I do remember that one. Now that's from my vlog channel, me in my car, and then Ashton just chopped into my backseat. He doesn't look kidnapped there though. He just looks confused. Like, why am I here?
Yeah.
Like, it's still like help me, but like it's not kidnapped. Help me. It's like what?
Blink twice if you need help.
Blink twice. Blink twice. All right, so this is the Bukowski poem that Provolione shared earlier. I'm going to just read it through. I'm not going to have any time to dissect it because it's already 1 o'clock my time, and we've been streaming for a while, and I got stuff I have to do today. So I'll do it a read through, but we got to wrap up very soon. Bear with me. I'm not going to zoom in. I'm going to be kind of speeding through this one a little bit. Born like this, into this, as the chalk faces smile, as Mrs. Death laughs, as the elevators break, as political landscapes dissolve, as the supermarket bag boy holds a college degree, as the oily fish spit out their oily prey, as the sun is masked, we are. Born like this, into these carefully mad wars, into the sight of broken factory windows of emptiness, into bars where people no longer speak to each other, into fist fights that end as shootings and knifings, born into this, into hospitals which are so expensive that it's cheaper to die, into lawyers who charge so... This is sad too. So much it's cheaper to plead guilty, into a country where the jails are full and the madhouses closed, into a place where the masses elevate fools into rich heroes, born into this. Walking and living through this, dying because of this, muted because of this, castrated, debauched, I didn't say that right, debauched, disinherited because of this, fooled by this, used by this, ticked on by this, made crazy and sick by this, made violent, made inhuman by this. The heart is blackened, the fingers reach for the throat, the gun, the knife, the bomb, the fingers reach toward an unresponsive God. The fingers reach for the bottle, the pill, the powder. We are born into this sorrowful deadlines. We are born into a government 60 years in debt that soon will be unable to even pay the interest on that debt. I feel compared to everything we've talked about, that is like the least of our worries. And the banks will burn, money will be useless, there will be open and unpunished murder in the streets. It will be guns and roving mobs, land will be useless, food will become a diminishing return, nuclear power will be taken over by many, explosions will continually shake the earth, radiated robot men will stalk each other, the rich and the chosen will watch from space platforms, Dante's Inferno will be made to look like a children's playground. The sun will not be seen and it will be always night. Trees will die, all vegetation will die, radiated men will eat the flesh of radiated men, the sea will be poisoned, the lakes and rivers will vanish, rain will be the new gold, the rotting bodies of men and animals will sink in the dark wind. The last few survivors will be overtaken by new and hideous diseases, and the space platforms will be destroyed by attrition, the petering out of supplies, the natural effect of general decay, and there will be the most beautiful silence never heard, born out of that. The sun that still hidden there, awaiting the next chapter. Very Book of Revelation apocalypse, if I do say so myself. I wonder if there's a. That's the Bukowski poem. I'm looking for. I am looking for. Don't mind me, I'm looking for.
You're looking for 4?
I'm looking for 4. I can only count to 4.
1, 2, 4.
I was looking, there's one poem in particular, but I don't remember where I've kept it.
Is there something called Control 4?
Control 4.
No, like Control F. I mean, to search
Control
for
F.
specific sentence. Does that exist on Discord?
Here we go. I'm gonna end this one poem a little lighthearted. This was called Breadstick. Buttered and salted, steaming pan of soft soldiers, stand and deliver. That's my breadstick poem. There you go.
Buttered and salted, steaming pan of soft soldiers, stand and deliver. You just say deliver, right?
Yep, stand and deliver.
Yeah, right, fine. And hey, look, I'm here for the end game.
I wanted to read one more light-hearted poem about eating breadsticks. Gloria's sharking me. She did just post a poem called says Mo is red and his eyes are blue. He wears a fedora on his head and he is cool. Great, I love it. We love it. We'll end on a poem about me.
Yeah.
Thank you all for joining me on my poetry stream. It is getting late quickly, and I have work to do. I was going to end this stream 2 hours ago, but then I started half an hour late, so I was going to end this an hour and a half ago, and then I kept going because we were in the middle of talking, and now here we are. So you guys got extra content, is what I'm trying to say. So if you appreciate that, make sure you hit that like button before you go.
So
now give us some
that's no
spleen.
new content?
What?
That's no new content?
No new content? What's a new? Is it
No,
like a
because,
tutu?
like, no, like new and then new again.
Like New York?
No, like I'm basically just saying. So there's no new content on top of the new content. Well,
On top of what
yeah.
new content?
You
On
know,
top of
because
this content?
you gave us, yeah, you gave us more stream.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah. Of course I did, because
Yeah.
I'm a benevolent deity.
Fair enough. So
You get no clear answer out of me.
yeah.
No, that's gonna do it for today's stream. We've got I did post the schedule for the next week worth of streams on the community tab. So if you need a reminder about what we're doing throughout the week, Monday we are playing. Shoot, what are we playing? We're playing some Mazniak game. I forget which one. I think we're playing the Billy Zombie Attack or whatever, because that Adventure Hunters game that I was
Monday
gonna
Billy
play
Zombie Attack.
perfect. The game I was gonna play actually isn't out yet, so we're gonna play Billy Zombie Attack, and then after that, I think I made some changes. I didn't change my whiteboard, so check that out.
It's Chaos on Deponia Tuesday.
Oh, is it okay? So I'm finishing that no matter what Tuesday.
And Wednesday it's Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
Phoenix
Then
Wright
Thursday
Wednesday.
it's Roblox. And then
Roblox
Friday
Thursday.
is that. And Friday does that Members Choice stream.
Members
where
Choice Friday.
you, the viewers, yes, you, outside the stream, out there somewhere, can choose what Mo is going to play.
Yes, if you're a member of the channel, then you'll be able to vote on what we're playing on Friday. And then next week, Sunday, will be our 16-hour stream. I posted the schedule for that as well on the community tab, so you can see what we're playing and when. So without any
When you
further
say-
ado, what'd you say?
When you say members, you mean viewers as well, right?
You know something?
The members' choice stream is voted on by members on a community poll.
Yeah,
You know something
alright.
the stream has taught me?
What's that?
I think it's taught us all a very valuable lesson.
Is it that we are all
Stop.
Steve?
I was about to say that, but no. So that everyone that's watching the stream should definitely go and subscribe to Ashton Go.
And I'm out of here. Now you can't hear him. I've left. That's going to do it for my stream. I got to get out of here. Thank you all so much for watching. Till next time. Bye.
Bye, buddy. Hope you find your dad.
Thanks, Mr. Narwhal.